We are now in the semifinals, and you know what that means. It is time to figure out who is going to be making it on to the championships next week. Here in the ADL, the Aegis Defenders League, I am more than excited to go ahead and get underway with this matchup. It is going to be a test of the ages. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, Quacks, and we will be your casters for this evening. Quacks, how are you doing?
I'm excited as you are, Orbital. We are in the penultimate week of the ADL. This is going to determine which one of these teams moves on to the finals. And honestly, whatever result, befalls Summoner's Rift tonight, whatever we get at the end of the day, Orbital, it's going to be a bit of a sad result. One of the biggest and most grim realities of these tournaments and, kind of these non-double elim tournaments in particular is that one of these teams has to come away empty-handed, right? And these are two teams that have seldom lost or just straight up have not lost a series. We've got XG Wurms, number 2 seed in the Bilgewater division, only dropping 1 series and 2 games, and then True Minded Gaming Death Knights, mouthful there, who are number 1 in the Shadow Isles division, who have yet to drop a single series, Orbital. They have only dropped 1 game in their entire ADL run, and only one of these teams can move on. So it is going to be heartbreaking for that team that doesn't make it, but for the team that does, it's going to be very exciting to see where they can go for that final week.
Of course, and honestly, in my eyes, I am looking at True Minded Gaming Death Knights as a squad to beat here. As we stated, they are currently 6-0 in terms of the series score. They made it very, very comfortably through their quarterfinals matchup. They are able to take that one in fairly commanding fashion, well over Akuma Scimitars in a 3-1, much like we saw the likes of Weakside Jungle Victims over Flash Syndicates just last week. Of course, with that being said, we got to take a look at some of the players that are joining us here on the stage here tonight in this Bo5. Starting out, I believe, with XG Wurms, we are going to be looking at the ever so lovely Worm Jones. However, there is a change. There is at least one change in there. We have gotten word that Zohair, their sub, is stepping in the jungle.
Yeah, so Zohair going to be breaking the Worm Jones train in that jungle role, but honestly, in a series like this where you are in those semifinals, normally when we look at these subs, Orbital, we don't really think too much of it. But I mean, this is a super high stakes series against one of, if not the best team in all of the ADL. So not having, necessarily that cohesion all the way across the board for all 5 of your members could prove to potentially form some cracks in the armor of this team that True Minded Gaming Death Knights could exploit. So I am actually worried about this substitution and if XG Wurms can look as solid with a sub as without.
Of course, and on the other side of the tables, we are looking at True Minded Gaming Death Knights. We got Night Ravens in the top lane, Floops in the jungle, FYS in the mid, Crushing Rock at ADC, and a Homura at support with Floops again in that sub role. But of course, we can't really dive too much into it because they are on a hot streak and then some, as they didn't wait for us on the draft. They are set to go. They are hot and ready to get into the series, as we already see the Kog'Maw banned away by XG Wurms, which was used by TDK very, very comfortably in their previous quarterfinals matchup to go ahead and be utilized for a 3-1 victory. And then we had the Ambessa and the J4. On the other side, we had the Karma, the Zoe, and the Gwen, a lot of AP, and then TDK, of course, saying, hey, you got the Varus, we'll take that Lulu and still look for a very hyper carry bot lane.
Yes, now my question is, are they going to index into AD carry or go to something like the jungle? They are going to lock up that Jinx, so automatically whenever this champion is drafted, you think to yourself, okay, a lot of pressure is going to be, put on bot lane by both sides, right? In the case of XG Wurms, it's going to be putting this Jinx behind, trying to subjugate that late game hyper carry, and then on the side of TDK, it's getting this Jinx ahead, setting up for it, and so I do think that this is opening up to a more supportive jungle pick for them in the future.
I mean, we could see that really happen. XG Wurms actually matching now in the bottom side, going for a little bit of enchanter play. No real engagement coming out, only in the Pantheon, as you were talking about, maybe getting some of that help in there. But the Pantheon doesn't really scream help. It screams, I'm going to go in, do some damage, and pray that I make it out on the other side. So I like that XG Wurms are kind of going for that assassination attempt, look for a chance maybe on the Jinx if they can. But TDK is saying, hey, Jinx might be a carry, but we got another one in there, the Aurora locked in, and then immediately the Cho'Gath ban.
And I mean, the Pantheon is also a flex, right? I mean, we see it in the top lane sometimes, but most recently it's been very popular in the jungle. Just having that global pressure with the Grand Starfall can prove to be a real big headache for TDK. So I am wondering, going forward as TDK, lock up that Aurora, if they want maybe their own global pressure, right? Maybe something like a Shen could work. You don't have something like a Talia that is really possible unless you want to put that in the jungle, but maybe having a proper response to a champion like Pantheon could go a long way. And so I do think the door is open for TDK to index into something like that. But if they don't do something like that, then I really think that it's going to be on, getting this Jinx ahead before that Grand Starfall is unlocked for the Pantheon, really making use of that pre-6 before that global pressure comes online for Wurms.
The dangerous factor is TDK are also snuffing out a lot of other knock around disengage type champions, the ones that can kind of section off the Lulu and the Jinx, providing that Jinx or making sure that Jinx can't get that safety. So they take away a lot of those damaging points on the other side. XG Wurms take away a lot of that single target focus. First the Vi and then the Fiora headed into that top lane, which is a little bit surprising. They're saying that Aurora might be looking in that mid lane instead, might be flexed out there. But we are looking in these next picks, TDK getting that R4 pick up. And where did they decide to go? We can look at that jungle and it is going to be possibly a little bit more engaged tool, but no, they go for the raw damage. I love this swap up, the Lee Sin coming out.
I'm not sure I actually like this. I mean, the Lee Sin, it's always flashy to see, but you don't have a ton of lockdown, right? So I think now this is kind of, okay, what is TDK going to pair up with it in the top lane, right? I'm looking at things with guaranteed lockdown. Renekton could be a very good pairing with, the Lee Sin and also have a lot of spacing to buy for the Jinx. I think that could be a very proper pickup in the top lane. Jace is also an option if they want to go for that, but having that Cassante lock in by the side of Worm Jones makes it a lot harder for you to actually put pressure in the top lane and get an effective kill.
I love the fact that you go with the Vigar at the very end, just like, we need a little bit of CC, we need a little bit of AP,
and you rock.
You rock with this late game style that actually fits in with the CC chain, though. If you're looking for that kind of, we want to keep the Jinx within range, that Baby Cage is one of the best out there still in terms of all-around CC. However, the range maybe a little bit shy. TDK though, opting into double AP in the solo lanes and late game scaling just as well, saying we'll match you in that pacing.
This is actually, I think, a really good strategy coming out from TDK. It makes it super hard for XG Wurms to actually build against this team, right? Because you're staring down the barrel of 2 magic damage users that scale incredibly hard, and then a Jinx that scales incredibly hard. It's basically the strategy that you see with like a Karthus jungle where he's sole AP, but kind of in reverse, with Jinx being that sole AD instead. Now, I will say, the Lee Sin, though, troubles me because there still isn't a ton of lockdown for this pick. It is the early game sort of kill threat that TDK want, but you're looking at more of a late game archetype overall for this squad. So I really feel like this pick is the black sheep of this red side draft, and I'm wondering how it's actually going to fit into the larger picture, because I think if it can't snowball early on, if Floops can't really find his groove in those first 15 minutes, then he could have a rougher time going against some of the scalers on XG Wurms' side. Like you mentioned, the Veigar, the Varus, and of course the Pantheon doesn't scale, but can provide a lot of difficulty for you being able to free hit in these fights.
And not just that, Zohair might be looking to overwhelm the likes of Floops. Remember, Zohair is stepping in here as a sub, not listed on the main roster. So Zohair has a lot to prove here. And considering when I look down the line of XG Wurms, they're also a little bit less in terms of the hard initiation tactics. They don't really have hard chain CC. They got Worm Jones to step into the front. They have Worm Jones in the mid on the Vigar to actively set down the Baby Cage. But the only super hard CC that I can see that point and click and with multiple carries on the other side is Zohair. So Zohair, I'm looking in that same role as being that dangerous kind of black sheep. It can either live or die by this pickup. So I'm kind of wondering, where does Zohair decide to look? Do you look to try and take down Floops early in the jungle, or do you look to try and counter gank and get your own laners ahead in that factor?
I think the big question is, what is Zohair going to provide, not necessarily in the early game, but the late game, right? I mean, we can look at him probably wanting to influence the bot lane if I had to be a betting man and anticipate where he's going to path. But that late game, saying that he is the only hard CC, I agree. And he's going to have to step up in melee range of some seriously strong champions who are only going to get worse as the game goes on, right? So it's going to be a very dangerous game for him to actually walk up. So he's got to be very careful with the timing on this Pantheon, because while you can block a decent amount of damage, eventually that E-Spell orbital is going to run out and you're going to be left to the wall. True-minded gaming Death Knights can absolutely rock your world. So I do think it's going to come off of him having that spacing down, having that timing down, and overall knowing when to fight and knowing not when to fight, right? I feel like those two things are equally as important in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole different story. And honestly, I love me a good Vigar, but at the end of the day, I'm curious to see how this matchup goes, because XG Wurms has a lot of expectations. So do the Death Knights. And with that, we are going to go to a very short break and make sure everyone gets into this lobby very, very cleanly, because it is the semifinals time. You do not want to miss it. And of course, here in the Defenders League, we want to make sure we give you a good show. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we get Game 1 live. And of course, we are here now looking at game number 1. We got the Death Knights rocking in here on the red side, of course, and XG Wurms, they're on the blue. Both teams looking towards that late game if possible, with the junglers kind of converging here in the early mid. A Lee Sin and a Pantheon both wanting to make action happen here in the early stages.
Yep. And I do think it is, kind of worth mentioning as we, sort of have a lull state in the level 1 orbital and are looking at both of the teams, TDK grouping on up, but it doesn't look like any action is going to befell the Rift in the first couple of minutes, at least not enough to get a kill or a surprise, sort of cheese pick. It is worth noting that, this kind of, I feel, is a bit of a different trajectory from what we normally see from the XG Wurms. Normally, this team is very mechanical, right? They like to play a lot of the mechanically based champions. They spike around the mid game. These guys have the hands. And I feel like in this first game, we aren't necessarily seeing that sort of playstyle adapted. I feel like it's a lot more macro based, a lot more team fight oriented here for the XG Wurms comp. And so I'm curious to see what this newfound style, or what this newly potentially cultivated style, brings in this series, and more particularly in this game.
That is always kind of worrisome when you change up your play style kind of at the last moment, or maybe in response to your opponent. It can lead to sometimes some gaps in that comp. Maybe we see it not run as cleanly as we would like. At the same time, it could be a huge boon to teams that are comfortable varying up their play styles. So, it goes both ways, but I agree. We got to watch and see how XG Wurms are able to play it out. At the current moment, we are getting full clears from both junglers' side, which allows this Varus as well as the Nami to really step up in the face. We know they're trying to hit level 2 very, very quickly, get the arrows, get that extra damage down, and with the level 2, you go ahead, maybe look for a bubble. You are going to land one. You're going to rock out a little bit extra damage. So Crushing Rock eats about 75% of their HP bar.
Yeah, I mean, Nami with that Aerie does a lot more damage than you expect it to, and I think Lulu isn't going to be able to respond like she did in the last patch because, crucially, from last week to this week, there was the 25.7 patch that did reduce a little bit of that laning damage power from Lulu, so I feel like the trades are most likely going to go more in favor of Worm Jones' bot lane, and so that means priority for the Pantheon and potential aggression onto this Lee Sin where he wants to be the aggressor.
And I think that's already read by XG Wurms. You talk about Floops wanting that aggression. Well, that starts with getting a little bit of leverage when it comes to clearing your camps, when it comes to getting a jump on the opponent. But take a look at that deep ward in there. Nami and Varus went on a warning mission, dropped a very early ward over there by Blue Buff. And they say, hey, we know exactly where your jungler is right now, and you can compare it to Zoe here, who's clearing out their camp, almost a full camp up. FYS, though, in the mid lane, slamming down some extra damage. Might be looking for kill, and you're going to get the last auto. It is going to be first blood, FYS.
I mean, FYS just put in the work onto Worm Jones. The Veigar goes down, burns the flash as well. So the kill threat is still going to be there for the Aurora in the future. We said we wanted to see some aggression come out from this bot side, and so far, Orbital, it is delivering.
All about that mid lane action, and that was one of the talking points that we had. We talked about TDK having this massive damage scaling into that late game, and one of the ways to shut that down is to make sure that on the other side, actually, Wurms don't have theirs. And I feel like when you look at this composition, the Veigar is the only one that really has that late game potential for XG Wurms. So to get an early solo kill means that Veigar is going to take a lot longer to scale up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Veigar, crucially, one of the things that he really struggles with in the early game before he gets some of those items is wave clearing, right? It's very difficult for Veigar to effectively clear out those minions. And so I like the adaptation actually coming out here from FYS. He's actually going for the symbiotic souls, right? Which points to a more roam heavy style with this Aurora. He's going to look to clear the waves, roam to bot lane, impact the map, and really take advantage of the fact that Veigar can't really follow.
But guess what? XG Wurms, they're saying, oh crap, this is the Veigar getting pinned down and not going to enjoy life as much. We also did see a roam out by Homura, making sure to get to that top side. Actually cleared out a pink ward, so crucially denying a lot of vision. And it's a battle of vision overall. This is going to be Floops dancing back, tried to recall on top of a ward. So that's going to be a dance right now. Convergence even further of Zohir in this mid lane. FYS stepping up once again, but this time gets caught out on the event horizon. Plus the bubble, now a flash in with the sun. But FYS is able to get out. Floops flashes as well. Just FYS helping out with that W, gets the extra shielding and dodges a spear. TDK go ahead and scrap that FYS out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, TDK's players get out by the thinnest of margins there, Orbital, and I have to think that it was off the back of that Pantheon not having the empowered stun as nope, the action doesn't stop.
And that looked like it should have hit.
Oh, flashed.
Flashing over the wall. And I think they were expecting FYS to hit that last Q. If that did, that would have been actually Wurms going down once again. But the Vigar currently having a recall on only 35 and barely getting anything else does hurt quite a bit.
So it's a lot of action in the mid lane over the past, minute and a half here, Orbital. And right before the grubs spawn, you can see Floops is just now backing for the first time 6 minutes in. Is probably going to be gunning toward that top lane. He's got priority. You can see Night Raven is somewhat pushed in the wave, is going to reset and has the teleport to be able to follow up for any potential fights. So I have to think that you're going to try and go for the more gold efficient, I would say, at neutral objective, because you're really looking at this, Kayle, this Aurora, this Jinx to get to those 3 items, and it's the grubs that are going to help you get there in terms of gold. And likely the dragon probably not going to be on TDK's mind until later on in this game.
I mean, I feel like you can already see that kind of going down here. You see that that scuttle being taken, but most of Floop's top lane is going to start coming up. The top side jungle will be around. However, a great way to start getting some sort of advantages, as you called out, FYS starting to roam out, starting to apply that pressure that they gained earlier by pinning the Vigar down, by ensuring that they don't have flash, they don't have that great roam ability, they don't have that damage scaling. So I appreciate that. And because of that, TDK are actually going to go for the dragon against your better judgment there, Quacks.
Yeah, I guess.
Zohair is actually able to get the grubs.
Yeah, so we're going to see a classic trade here by the junglers. And Night Raven, that wave is quite large. You can see that Zohair just now finished the grubs. And so the Kayle is a little bit afraid to walk up to that wave, thinking that the Pantheon could potentially punish them for doing that. But most crucially, with the take of those grubs by XG Wurms and Zohair, the Grand Starfall is unlocked. We said we wanted to see a lot of proactivity from TDK before that spike, and there is a kill, so there is that.
Well, right now, a threat on the bot side is actually huge as Homura eats a fully charged arrow, and damage is going to come down as that is going to be the comet to land. Crushing Rock going to have to dodge away, does have the flash available, but a good kick denies the arrow piercing, and that is going to allow the death to go down. Crushing Rock takes that one, and FYS roam down with the final Q, slaughters and makes the shimmy out of Worm Jones. That is going to be a 2-for-1 value for TDK.
And that is Feat of Warfare unlocked as well for TDK, so that advantage coming through. And it's like we said, the Aurora roaming with the Symbiote Souls, moving around with Floops. The Lee Sin doesn't get the kill, but manages to get some gold in his pocket, which is going to be important because you can see that top side was taken by Zohair. So being able to at least stay within a certain threshold of the Pantheon as junglers, you want to make sure that you're relatively even in income. And I do think that assist accomplishes that. So really good play there from TDK, and XG Wurms really not able to do much in the wake of trying to remedy that and get something back.
I mean, right now, their 500 gold lead feels kind of superficial, if you will. They're sitting there going, yeah, we got a little extra gold. Is it actually there? Well, we can't see the gold, but it definitely doesn't feel like it. Top side, yes, there's about a 17 CS lead out for Worm Jones on that Cassante. But when you look at Night Ravens, they've been able to farm very comfortably in this top side. They haven't really burned flash. They've been able to kind of power up. They even went with the Swifties instead and said, hey, I'm going to stay out of range the entire time, and I'm going to make up that CS deficit much later on when you can't deal with me, when I have that range available.
You could see, when we were panning toward the gold, Night Raven actually is sitting on about like 1,200 gold as this Kayle is only reset for those upgraded boots, has only upgraded, reset for those Swifties. So is going to be a lot stronger coming back to lane, and closing in on that level 11 should be able to make up the CS difference in top lane that you mentioned, Orbital.
Such a precarious position for XG Wurms as their mid has been punished. FYS very, very strong right now, 2-0-0. And yet XG Wurms, they're still saying we can take a little bit of time. We can go ahead and give ourselves a moment to try and bring our jungler in. Zohair already used that ult, waiting for it to come back up, but another roam down by FYS. This is what XG Wurms are waiting for. They're gonna go ahead and charge all in. Nice bubble to land, and they're gonna call the TP, and it looks like the bait worked perfectly as XG Wurms are able to turn it around. Now they chase Hamura, does have flash, but you flash a little bit late. You can't flash out of that primordial burst, and it's gonna be that kill going over to Worm Jones.
I mean, really good trap set there by XG Wurms. TDK thought they had the angle, thought they had the play, but they're the ones that get collapsed on. And ahead of these grubs as well, XG Wurms should be able to reset. Pantheon, you can see, is going back top lane. May even look for a play onto Night Raven, because he does have that Grand Starfall, but definitely will have that priority to allow Veigar to move and get a numbers advantage toward that topside river.
Of course, and now with Worm Jones, is Veigar able to grab that Rod of Aegis, going to be scaling up in just kind of an HP capacity. It might not be the most burst heavy style, but it's enough to keep you alive, and I think that's the main goal here.
It's a scale heavy style.
Yeah, it is. You are going to do some damage, but it's just like, I need the HP as well. That's the main benefit here. So very happy there. Bot side, we're seeing Hamura and Crushing Rock try and make up that deficit that they've had for a while, as Crushing Rock even picked up the coal, trying to max that out. And you have 30 more stacks on there to go ahead and finish up. FYS, though, in the mid, trying to get some damage, and actually takes out the Nami's about 50% of their HP.
I mean, Worm Jones has to be careful. You can see that Floops is kind of running interference on this side of the map, maybe looking for a dive onto the flashless Varus before the Nami can get there to run interference and intercept. I like this play coming out from TDK, especially ahead of the Dragon, but it's all about that timing, and the wave not being crashed means it probably is going to go awry, if I'm being honest with you.
It's not going to work the best, and that means Floops has to run, but in watching Night Ravens get chunked out, you finally burst down that ult, but Worm Jones is going to follow. There is no flash, it's only death, and that's a Cassante. You make one, you get the extra shielding, you live the 1v1. XG Wurms happy about that one.
I mean, Worm Jones, Cassante playing that 1v1 out perfectly, saying, get over here, in Scorpion's voice with that all out. So Night Raven goes down. Crucially, it doesn't have that teleport, so this Kayle is going to lose out on a lot of CS. And the Cassante, you could see with those 6 grubs, is going to get at the very least 3 plates, so really swinging that topside pendulum in terms of gold in favor of XG Wurms. A new threat, I think, really emerging from the rift in these past 30 seconds, Orbital.
It's been a problem, and you know what? XG Wurms, they like being a problem. They like being a pain in the backside. They love the fact that they're starting to escalate their advantages here. TDK, we mentioned that they are scaling towards that late game, but it depends on whether or not they're going to have a comfortable early and mid, and that's where Floops was going to come in here. Floops so far has been relatively silent. 0, 0, and 1, only had that help on the bot side to give Crushing Rock an advantage. After that, Zohair, I think, has actually had a much more pivotal impact with that kind of counter gank efficiency on the bot side.
Wait, hang on. Good, the ward there actually spotted out FYS, so XG Wurms not going to advance there, but, you know, kind of going back to your jungle point, Orbital, I 100% agree. And it's even going to be worse, I would say, in the late game, because Zohair has that guaranteed lockdown, right? He's got that W to be able to essentially act as a stun bot, even if he isn't relevant in the damage department. Floops doesn't have that luxury, right? The Lee Sin is the carry, the one that wants to snowball, and if he hasn't done that, it's hard for him to really find uses, you know, into those team fights. So I do think that XG Wurms, you know, as well as 3K gold up, have just better, more rounded use for a lot of their champions that are more reliant on that early game.
I mean, when we talk about Elysian as well, there's a lot of availability. What a chance at that event horizon, forcing the ult out of FYS, especially since Zohair was around. Very, very nice job, as the Veigar is starting to get some revenge, considering how the early game went for FYS. Bot side, we're seeing the Rockets come out here, and because there was no Nami, you're able to lay down a decent amount of damage here on the Varus. So it's going to be a nice one for Crushing Rock to have. Zohair, though, around the corner. I feel like this is kind of being smelled out here, so yeah, you're gonna go ahead and walk away. Is Sloop's gonna read this though?
Ooh, but they know where Floops is.
Yeah, Floops is identified as in this mid lane. That's going to be an attempt at a kick, but Floops is all alone, dives out as FYS was looking to dive in. TDK go ahead and call this off.
And so you can see Floops is kind of sectioned off from this side of the jungle. So Zohair and the Nami Worm Jones have the ability to maybe just cut around and control that side of the map, or at the very least give the Pantheon a safe entry into being able to farm his jungle and basically limit what the Lee Sin can do over the course of these next, 45 seconds to a minute.
Oof. That always hurts to watch, by the way. Just watching a Kayle just get beat down like that and being forced to run, especially since Worm Jones Cassante already has the Iceborne Gauntlets.
Already has the Iceborne Gauntlet and is 20 CS up over the Kayle as well, right? You don't want to really be behind in this matchup as Kayle, and this is considered, I think, to be one of Kale's more, preferential matchups, because usually Cassante should never really get to the point where you are in kill range as a Kayle, but I mean, as we saw once before Orbital, that is indeed untrue. That solo kill really putting a dent in Night Raven's plans as this Kayle so far, and could prove to be the main causing factor of this Herald going down. You can see it spawned in the top side, and I mean, TDK just really don't have priority in order to take it.
No, they don't, because they've put so much pressure here on the bot side, and they're going to try and focus on the Varus yet again. Even though the Varus tried to flash, it's a rocket to end their life. Crushing Rock granted and gifted their second kill of the game.
And so they've got 3 members just on the bot side. You can see Floops is actually resetting, but I'm surprised he's not staying around the map to potentially collect some gold. He knows that his top side could be under threat. He knows that Herald is gone, so I feel like you just want to establish more of a foothold on the bot side around this dragon and guarantee that you'll likely get that soul point as TDK.
I wonder if that's because they know Crushing Rock has been set behind right now. Keep in mind, for a while, Worm Jones on the Varus has had a significant gold lead just as well. Well, the CS lead is really what we should call it. So maybe it's just, hey, we need to get that Jinx alive. You mentioned it before, the fact that there is double AP in Night Ravens and FYS, and Night Ravens, I mean, it doesn't really look like Night Ravens is going to be that explosive level 16 that we always know and love. Instead, it is just get Crushing Rock to a good item spike, and you go ahead and get the blades coming out here, item and a half in there, still waiting for the IE, but now you get to come back for this dragon that is an infernal soul of all things, and that might be the catch. Zohair losing 30% of the HP bar just from one combo from FYS.
And I mean, you're the main front line. You can't afford to be getting chunked out before the fight as Pantheon. You do have the ability to reset with that empowerment because you have the Herald in your inventory and ult back if you need to, but you don't want to give up this bot side river. You can also see that both top laners have TP. Cassante managing to wrestle control of that top lane. So it's in a neutral state at the current moment, and it's just a matter of response time coming out from these top laners. You can see Cassante is sitting in that alcove, ready to go. XG Wurms are all ready to go for this fight.
Everyone's kind of positioned. That's an early TP coming out. They actually got one as Floops might be in trouble. Gets that wall growth, but you're still down. But FYS tries to dive into the back line, gets the ult from the kills. They dive right in for the extra damage, but FYS is able to find no one.
FYS does never reset.
That's gonna be TDK getting routed, but that's one more kill back. And now it's Worm Jones Cassante to dive in. It's XG Worms' turn to turn that fight, and they have healthy health bars. Worm Jones on the Vigar saying, get out of town. And XG Worms with the excellent kite back deny TDK any sort of advantage. Body block on that the super mega death rocket, and that is a win for XG Worms.
Yeah, and a beautiful catch there by the Vigar as well. Manages to find Floops with the cage. They take down the Lee Sin. They go from there, and crucially, TDK don't get any resets. FYS doesn't get the W reset, can't continue to go invisible off of those picks. Crushing Rock can't get the get excited procs, and overall, TDK, the fight falls flat for them, and XG Worms, not only did they get the dragon and stop the stacking of the neutral objective, but they get so much gold injected into their carries.
I mean, that's a scary thought. Once again, TDK were hoping for a much more manageable early game to be able to scale up once again, and yet Crushing Rock wasn't able to utilize the 2 early kills that they found. FYS so far, out of the early 2, has only managed 1 and died twice. They themselves have had a couple struggles here and there now as they're put into those side lanes. We do see the Otacon going ahead and spawning here on the bot side of the rift, but Night Raven says even though we didn't fight early, we can still fight in the mid. XG Wurms watching. Sante is kind of rolled on out here. That is going to be an attempt at a boot, but not even worried as Zohir comes around the corner. Right now, this is a convergence. Out goes Chain of Corruption. Not really going to land, but it's Floop once again to be caught out. Another TP coming in from Worm Jones. Vigar, as this is a 5v4 position. Floop might be that unfortunate position, but they flash away this time around. Worm Jones on the Vigar, running after Hamura. Hamura does have the ult available, but that's a double use Wild Growth plus the invulnerability. And it's TDK that are going to draw so many eyes. And you know what? For all that's expended, Crushing Rock getting some CS in time with the tower.
Are not going to be able to take it. You could see Varus is going to be able to run responses. Maybe they found a pick onto Nami.
So easy. FYS popping that realm, and now Worm Jones over the wall. This Varus ain't gonna be happy. Easy insect back, but the rest of the team is here to help on the Grand Starfall. Welcome to the pain train. XG Worms converge to go ahead and get revenge for their support.
And that was such a good response coming out there from XG Worms. The Grand Starfall value is absolutely huge here, Orbital. The response comes up big. XG Worms find two. They're gonna pop the Herald in mid, likely get that tower, and it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade in those neutrals as Night Raven managed to get that tower top as well. So the Kayle gets a little bit of a payment back for all the eyes in that mid lane, but I would say the big payout is XG Worms getting those picks and getting that mid turret at the end of the day.
I mean, for XG Worms, it's all about kind of putting one foot forward. This composition that knows they're going to be up against a very torrential and heavy TDK comp. If they let this go to the late game, they just have to kind of keep their eyes on the prize. And that next prize is going to be looking at this next dragon as well. The Infernal is the best way to overcome kind of this damage trough that might be coming in the late game. You go ahead and get all 4 Infernals, and all of a sudden you're matching pace with the Aurora. You're matching pace with the Jinx. Kayle, maybe not so much, but I digress. We'll see how that goes later game.
I mean, it feels like it's been really hard for Kayle to actually have relevancy in a lot of these fights, especially with that ultimate, because Night Raven has been sort of forced to use that ult defensively, often on their own teammates, right? To keep them alive from the burst of someone like the Vigar or someone like the Varus. And I do think that that is kind of, weathered the storm that is this Kayle. Now, like you said, it gets closer and closer to level 16 and might prove to be a problem then, but it feels like XG Worms have, ample opportunity to continue chugging along in this game until that happens. You can already see that coming through. We've got 10 stacks on the Roa. We've got a ton of gold onto the Pantheon, where recently there wasn't a lot. He was sort of falling off, and now he's a lot more relevant in this game, especially compared to his counterpart. So it feels like time is honestly against TDK, which is really scary to say as a team that should be scaling and a team that should have unlimited time.
And when your clock is cut short, it feels bad. It's even worse when it's Zohir, this player that steps in kind of at the last moment here and is stepping up for XG Worms, at least in game number 1. Granted, this is a 5-game series. Anything can change later, as it feels like TDK might be able to shift out. Remember, we talked about the fact that they used that Kog'Maw, I think, excessively in their previous series, and it got banned out. So maybe they're like, okay, how do we restructure around this piece? There are so many little questions to be made and so many adjustments to be made across this BO5. Maybe this is just that testing ground, as Hamura is the one that gets tested here, as the Bush Wookiee works well, and XG Worms annihilate the poor Lulu.
And they don't even need really everyone to converge on toward this dragon. They can very easily take over the rest of the map, send someone back top lane to deal with Night Raven splitting on this Kayle. But I don't think the death timers are quite high enough for them to maybe threaten this Otacon. Instead, they're just going to equalize the dragon count 2 apiece. And at this point, as Worm Jones, they're doing really good at setting up for these neutrals. 2 times in a row, they have found a pick where you wouldn't really expect them to. They've taken away a dragon and just managed to, again, weather the storm of TDK scaling.
They scaled up themselves. Worm Jones hitting that 2-item power break, has the Rabadons in hand. Worm Jones, the Cassante doing the exact same on that top side. Everyone actually being in that level 2 gap, and I mean, they're going to start taking control even further. You mentioned the fact that Night Ravens on the top side still trying to scale up, was able to get the Rabadons of their own, which is a lot more bursting heavy, but not so much in the auto attack pattern. So still waiting for TDK to have that raw teamfight potential and be able to take over. Right now, though, it is damage control in terms of the wave. It's stacking everyone going back to the neutral waves. Worm, Jones, Cassante on the bot side, ADC and support in the mid, and then, of course, the Vigar in the top side, looking for a cage on the Night Ravens and see if they can get a burst there.
You could see a majority of XG Worms have, sort of hit that 2-item power spike that we were talking about a lot in the draft orbital. And 3 items, I think, is really where we're looking for this team to put their foot completely on the gas, particularly with this Cassante. Doesn't have a ton of MR, right? Only has that Iceborne along with that Jock Show. And yeah, now you can see after going back is going to get that or is going to be indexing more into that magic resist, so should be a lot tougher to kill for TDK. And as TDK, that's not what you want. You are already struggling at 2 items, and it feels like unless you can get a major advantage, things are just going to get worse in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Well, this is one way to do it. FYS angrily brings the pain and annihilates Worm Jones, and they don't even use the flash or barrier. Just kind of resigned to their fate.
You can see now XG Worms tensing up in the mid lane, wanting to defend this tower, but leaving top lane vulnerable to Night Raven shenanigans yet again. They will send 2, actually. Okay, let's see how this goes.
I kind of like this Zohair going ahead and ulting in, but Worm Jones on the Vigar couldn't really get the cage down in time, and that is a long cooldown when you have no ability haste in your build. Mid lane tower does fall. Crushing Rock is going to step up now, shredding through Worm Jones' Nami, and remember, the Nami is still very squishy at the end of the day. Has had some great waves and great bubbles. I will give them credit, but
oh god,
at the end of the day, it's a difference. As Night Ravens actually went back for the tower, even though they burned flash.
What a gamer.
You are going to pay your life 100%. No one in the vicinity to help you out, but it's still 2 towers for a single top laner's death.
Yeah, that's definitely worth it for the side of TDK. They're playing the split beautifully in this top and middle lane. XG Worms over-indexing to try and get Night Raven the first time opens up a possibility for Crushing Rock and Homura to get a kill. As speaking of kill, Ignite.
FYS. Okay, that is going to be once again FYS playing with fire. At this point, it feels like a personal vendetta. By the way, FYS has now done this twice to Worm Jones Varus.
I mean, it's working, right? He's got a ton of damage. He is getting near that death cap. Both of these AP solo laners on the side of TDK are really getting to their item and level breakpoints and should be able to really lay the hurt onto XG Worms. And crucially, Cassante doesn't have that magic resist item done yet. You can see the Negatron cloak is there and the magic resist is there, but the full item isn't complete. So there could be a potential window for TDK solo laners to group on up with the rest of their team and really lay the hurt onto XG Worms. And I feel like that opportunity is going to come in the form of a Dragon Orbital. We're about 1 minute and 10 seconds off from that, and both teams staring down the barrel of a soul point with this one.
And it's just dangerous all around because TDK, we mentioned they were on a timer, and it feels like they've kind of cut that timer down. They said, hey, let's go ahead and break the end of the clock a little bit. FYS quite literally manhandled the end of that clock and said, nah, we're not on a timer anymore. I'm going to get aggressive. 2.5 going for that Rabs just as well. But as you called the Dragon, I think is the main thing. And keep in mind, bot side tower is still up for TDK, meaning they have that safety barrier. Whereas XG Worms, they have no outer towers right now. The macro game for TDK has somehow eclipsed the likes of XG Worms, and it's allowed them to get a lot more, but the Fusing Arrow does a lot of work as Crushing Rock loses 25% of their HP. TP coming in here, a little bit of an early call by XG Worms as they're gonna look to bring this face in, and that's a step up and a half. Quick hit on the back end though, as the Cassante saying, okay, I'm pretty healthy still. We can dance this out.
But there is a decent amount of shields and healing coming out from TDK. Night Raven with that W. It's getting more levels into it. The Lulu, of course, is going to be able to safeguard a lot of this backline. XG Worms, we said the struggle was going to be with that engage, and now, as we're seeing this war of attrition in the bot side river, we're seeing that play out in real time, Orbital.
It is, but of course, actually, Wurms, they were given a little bit of brevity there because the mid lane tower actually fell for TDK. That wave pushed up, actually, Wurms actually feels really good. Chain of Corruption, no misses. That's a huge down. That's one of the big engage tools gone, and Dragon is now starting up another.
Look at those piercing arrows, though.
Multiple damage towards the Event Horizon, lands on big pieces. FYS is going to go ahead and get that vulnerability, but down goes Floops yet again. But guess who's online now? As the damage is coming out, Crushing Rock sets up for the blow, but again, another Event Horizon. This Vigar B5, it's turning fights left and right.
I mean, this Vigar value, the cages are coming up absolutely clutch for sure, Orbital. Dragon gonna go the way of XG. Wurms, they lose their jungler, but it does not matter. The engage doesn't matter. It's the poke that's doing the talking, and XG Wurms, their mid and 80 carry are hitting like a couple of trucks here.
It comes in waves. It's not constant, but it comes in waves. When you look at a poking Varus, when you look at a Vigar waiting for that Event Horizon, waiting for that timer to round, they do it perfectly. That is now the second time that TDK have basically run into that baby cage and said, crap, we keep forgetting about this ability. And that is now the second time in a team fight where Floops is caught out. This Lee Sin that we mentioned in draft, it feels like we're harping on it. But in game one, maybe take the chances. Sure. It just is not working out.
It's not working.
1 or 2 insects in the early game. After that, almost nada.
It's just the fact that it hasn't gotten a ton of gold. This is a low economy Lee Sin, which is just not a thing, right? You don't want to not give gold over to the carry that needs gold in order to function past the 25-minute mark. And we're seeing that struggle in real time. Like you said, Floops has been getting caught out a lot in these fights, and it's not like he's playing bad. It's just that the champion can't really do anything in situations like that. TDK actually going to sneak away the Otacon. Curiously enough, they get Floops and Night Raven to do that. So a little bit of sneaky gaming coming out here from them will allow them to get an objective back, but it still feels like the scaling advantage until you can really shut down this Vigar in particular. I really feel like TDK are going to have their work cut out for them.
In the dangerous part, considering switchies has become such a norm instead of the Sork shoes, it has been such a change in how quickly a lot of these mid laners are able to get around and position at an appropriate spot. They've been able to kind of skirt around a lot of this vision and able to kind of work their way to an edge of a fight, drop that CC, whatever they need to do. It's yielded such a different response, and it feels like Worm Jones, whereas this baby cage normally wouldn't be that effective, has been landing very, very high consistency rate. Right now, though, around the Baron, we are seeing some action here as TDK are starting to push their macro and saying we've lost too many global objectives. We really need to get a handle on it. Warded out almost the entirety of this Baron, with Dragon coming up in about 2.5 minutes. We can see where their priority lies.
You can see they're really trying to look for picks. FYS potentially trying to pull a fast one on the Nami, but isn't going to be able to do so. And at this point, you know, we're 33 minutes practically into the game, Orbital. One pick could very well equal a Baron for the side that gets a kill. And, you know, the snowball could roll their way. We are still super, you know, we're kind of, you know, approaching this late game. Both top laners are level 18. Mid laners are not super far behind. So the late game is definitely here, so the death timers are super long, and yet the gold is practically dead even for both of these squads.
And that's scary, because we mentioned for TDK, it's a 3-item power spike. We're looking for those 3 items. We're looking for those damaging sources, and all of them have hit it at this point. Night Ravens, 3 items, Ravs, plus Void Staff, plus Nashers. You should be able to shred, and you are. But we haven't seen it yield a true amount of results. The only one that we've seen that's yielded results with 3 items has been FYS, who has quite literally been putting their body and soul
they're just
on the line for these kills. This is a wild...
Oh, they're trapped!
Floops realize they're not a good spot, and Floops walks right into the baby cage yet again, because you will pay the price. Once again, though, this is a race against time, as actually Wurms realize they're losing the bot side, so they need to try and converge on this Baron. Now, will they get it? That is the big question. How much are they going to get? Crushing Rock waiting on the edge does have that ult, and they're going to try and chance, and they steal it. Crushing Rock finishes what Floops could not, and that's going to open the door. TDK now going to rush their way in. TP in from Night Ravens at TDK. Find death and stare it down and say, Floops, your death will be avenged.
Is that just it? The death timers are 40 seconds. You have a Jinx, you have a Kale. Is this game really going to end off of a Baron steal, Orbital?
It's not a Baron steal when it's rectifying your own mistake. TDK start Baron on their own, pay the price in Floop's life, and Crushing Rock says we will crush this attempt at a game 1 victory as TDK claim game 1.
TDK, what a way to just absolutely flip the game on its head. It was looking like XG Wurms had found the angle. They had found the pick, the crucial kill onto Floops, the reversal of that Baron. You know, the split push from Night Raven wasn't really going anywhere in the bot lane. It felt like it was all going downhill. But then, lore accurate, Arcane Jinx, the Baron is the council, and Jinx is powder. And we all know how that scene played out in the show. And we know the result of that. What an insane first game. Pound for pound, band for band, until a Baron steal of all things is what crumbles this game through. And TMG Death Knights, they're the ones that come out on top. Oh my God. What?
That gold graph looking like the stock markets here in the USA. Man, that hurts right there. That is brutal to see. That went from, what was that? A 500 gold at 1.3K up, straight down to the gutter to a deficit of almost 5.5. And again, that just goes to show the resilience. I think this late game that we said was on a timer for TDK finally hit. And now, my question to you is, do you want to see that again from TDK? Because I personally do not. I don't like that tension on my own heart for how long it took for them to be that effective.
I mean, I felt like the TDK comp was fine. They made a few errors in the early to mid game about, you know, setting up for a lot of those objectives. It really felt like when it came down to neutrals, they were getting picked a lot. So if they can just sort of clean that up, I actually don't mind the comps that they're going for. Only thing I would change is honestly that Lee Sin. I felt like that pick had really no agency in the game whatsoever. It was the Jinx that stole the Baron. Lee Sin didn't steal anything. In fact, the win got stolen back from him after he potentially robbed his team of it. So I really don't want to see a Lee Sin pick come through. But I mean, everything else I felt like was beautiful. And that applies to XG Wurms as well. I felt like their comp was super duper cool. I loved the unorthodox picks like the Vigar and things like the Pantheon coming through. I felt like really added a lot of flavor to the game. So I'm excited, particularly where this is going to go. I mean, that was game 1 of potentially 5, Orbital. We are in for a ride if this first game was any indication. So I'm excited to see where it goes from there.
I am as well, and because of that, we have to give a big shout out to the ones that allow us to bring this action to the big screen for your viewing pleasure. It has been Zen Market. Of course, if you are having any problems longing for that special Japanese item but can't find it locally, then Zen Market has the solution for you. Zen Market is your one-stop solution for buying products directly from Japan. They'll help you buy items from over 10,000 shops in Japan, as well as place bids on auctions on your behalf. They'll even consolidate all your items safely into one box and can ship internationally. They provide excellent customer service in 19 languages, which is why Zen Market is trusted by over 2 million users worldwide. If you're interested in getting in on this Zen Market action, go ahead and check out the panel below the stream or link in the chat to try them out now. If you sign up with the promo code AEGIS, that is Aegis, you'll get 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. Go ahead and check them out. Check out this promo video as well for them as we get ready for game 2 between XG Wurms as well as TDK.
マーケットは迅速な発送ですぐにお届けします。あ、ボックセット？
大丈夫？
でも直接来てくれたの？これって
漫画みたいだったね。
しかも今衣装着てるし、花でもあれば完璧なのに。
完璧だよ。壊れ物だから自分で届けたかったんだ。
あなたって完璧。ありがとう、ゼンマーケット。
Right back into this series, as right now it is going to be the Death Knights leading 1-0, but it took a while to get there, and a lot longer than I feel comfortable talking about, because we haven't seen much tape on these guys, and yet they have somehow stormed their way to a massive series victories and all that. They were undefeated in the regular season. They had a 12-2 game score record. And yet, if that is how those games play out, I'm very, very worried about what we're going to see next if they love playing the late game.
It did feel like a little bit of a dysfunctional comp. I mean, you know, during the games, Orbital, you kind of mentioned how the comp felt a little too late game centric, right? Like, it's cool to have champions like the Jinx, but when your, you know, entire comp is reliant on that 30+ minute marker where, you know, everything is kind of left up for grabs beforehand, it can be a little dangerous. And I would definitely describe game one as super dangerous. It came off the back of a damn Baron seal, for crying out loud, right? That is the most coin flippy thing of all League of Legends. I would know as the jungler. So I am looking for a little bit more stability in TDK's draft, and maybe just a little bit less aggression or gold, you know, heavy junglers in this second game, because it really feels like that Lee Sin pick did not work out.
Yeah, well, you know what did work was FYS on that Aurora, which was rightly banned here in game number 2. Actually, Wurms out on the red side. On the flip, TDK, though, paying respects over to Zoe here, who's stepping into this, picked up possibly their own personal Pantheon, and it's now been away here in the game, which does leave open the Gwen. It was banned away back in game number 1, and this was banned by TDK, and now they grab it for themselves.
one of the strongest champions on the patch. Got nerfed, doesn't matter. This champion can play in the top lane, in the jungle, but we most likely are going to see it grabbed on up there by Night Raven. And I mean, I'm not super surprised. We saw him on an AP champion in game number 1 with the Kale. He was very efficient in the side lanes as that. So now he is getting his hands on the scissors and looking to snip down the XG Wurms. So I like that pick a lot.
And I mean, match on the other side, XG Wurms, who went 3-0 back in their quarterfinals matchup against Iceborne Ready. They are going to grab the Varus and the Karma. This is a tried and true method of winning the spot side, which granted, let's give them credit. They were doing quite a bit of work in the early game. TDK actually opting to try and run it back here. And it feels like TDK, when we looked at their previous match records, at least in the quarterfinals, they love running a scaling bot lane, and Lulu is available. But how comfortable are you running that into the Varus Karma, which basically poked you out in game 1?
You could run the Lulu, or you could run some engage. I wouldn't hate something like a Rel here. Try and make use or take advantage of the fact that Varus and Karma are more immobile in the bot lane. Nope, they're gonna say screw it, stick with your guns, and the guns are there on the Lulu. So a lot of prio going to be opened up for that bot lane. Very similar shades of game number 1 here, draft-wise, for the TDK.
Here's a little difference though. Again, this time in the top side, XG Wurms saying, if this is a Jax top, to try and match the Gwen wherever they go, this gives a lot more agency. XG Wurms, Worm Jones opted for the Cassante, I believe, and got countered by the, you know, we call it a counter or whatever. This time, if they're saying it's a Gwen in the top side, they're saying, we want the Jax. We want that volatility of taking over. And I actually really like this as we now see the bans coming out. It's the Ahri and the Vi, plus these... Sure, the ADL special, I don't care. It is going to be the Xerath and the Gragas as we head into the second round of picks.
And so now, you know, the big question becomes, is that Gwen going to go in the top lane or the jungle? If we see like a weaker, you know, sort of less gold hungry jungler here by the XG Wurms, I can very easily see the Gwen saying, all right, I'm just going to power farm all game. I know I can't get invaded by this pick, and maybe I can just run away with it, because we see that Jax matchup. So now it's kind of up to TDK to leverage and weigh which matchup they would prefer to send that champion toward, as they're just going to avoid the jungle pick altogether. They're going to say, we're actually going to go for the victor. We're going to blind that one up. And TDK, your response normally to a victor is to gonna try and beat a champion that can close the gap, you know, sort of nullify that that gravity well. And you know, something like Silas could be good, but then you get a little too much AP. Galio could be good as well, especially the interaction with the Hallowed Mist makes it super difficult for you to actually punish that Gwen and get the Galio in at the same time. They're gonna just say screw it. Dr. Mundo locked in. Either of these picks could be in top lane or in jungle, Orbital.
It could, and maybe that's what they're hoping for, because actually Wurms have actually saved their jungle or top lane pick as well. Right now, though, we're waiting to see what goes in the mid lane for TDK. And remember, FYS had one of their better showings there in game number 1, was one of the main reasons why game 1 went so comfortably in that mid and maybe not so torturously in the other direction, and they opt for the Syndra. As you said, trying to snipe out the likes of the Victor, and it is possible with Syndra's range, but it's very dependent on that scout of the week. So right now, still tailored a little bit towards that mid to late game, not exactly a whole lot of early to mid game bursts as much as we might wish there to be.
And now the question becomes, what are you going to throw in that jungle, right? Like, what are you going to use to counter both potentially the Gwen and the Mundo? You have your AP, you have your AD, you've got your carry. So I feel like they're going to have to opt for something a little bit less gold hungry, as they are going to throw us for a loop here, Orbital, and they are going to send the Jax in the jungle. So now this game turned on its head in the draft. So the Ambessa going to be locked in, and honestly, Ambessa would really hate to go against Dr. Mundo, but would love to go against Gwen. So if TDK are smart, they send Gwen in the jungle and Mundo in the top lane, I think.
I would agree with that one, and honestly, it's also such a big takeaway. I think XG Wurms actually banned this in game number 1. First round, by the way. It was one of their first round bans, and they're saying, hey, we'll take it ourselves, and now we're going to try and shake things up. This is a much more volatile matchup, though, because XG Wurms, I feel like they do not have a true tank, and this is going to be the big difference. XG Wurms, I think, utilize the Cassante quite well, but again, we talked about their damage numbers not being as high in game number 1. We were talking why that Infernal was so important. Now they have triple, nay, quadra points of damage in the Varus, in the Jax, in the Victor, and in the Ambessa late game. You know, we talk about Ambessas. This is still a very comfortable comp for them. Do we like it more for the late game this time around, though, if it reaches that point?
I actually think that this this comp in general, I think from XG Wurms is good all around, right? Like you've got strong dueling in all points of the game, but my biggest worry is not only that they don't really have a true frontliner, like you said, Orbital, it's that their engage is very compromising, right? Like you are looking at that public execution to be kind of the big thing that allows XG Wurms to start up a lot of these fights, but who is going to follow up with the Ambessa, right? There isn't a ton of mobility on the Karma, on the Victor. There isn't going to be that immediate follow-up from the rest of XG Wurms. And better yet, TDK have the ability to disengage a lot of those members. They've got that Scatter the Weak. They've got that Polymorph. They've got that Hallowed Mist. So there's a bunch of tools for TDK to disengage a fight and not a lot of tools of XG Wurms to actually engage a fight. So that is where my big worry lies for them, at least in the second game.
Yeah, and I could sit there and I'd also be a little bit worried about their mental state. Not because it's like the end of the world, but getting a Baron seal, especially when you just killed Floops, it feels bad. So I'm really hoping this puts them on the right path. For TDK though, they are looking at yet again scaling in their FYS though. My eyes are on you. You got counterpick yet again. You are being gifted this chance at mid lane. Do we see this Syndra kind of having that same type of I want to say performance, especially with Floops on the Mundo here in the jungle role?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of eyes are here on FYS. He's got the setup for Mundo as well. I think that Scatter the Weak can do a lot of damage, especially with this less mobile bot side that XG Wurms have drafted for themselves. So the pick potential is there. And like you said, it's up to the Syndra to really make things happen around the map, get control, get priority of that mid lane, move with your Mundo, and try to just constantly bully out this bot lane at XG Wurms' side.
Yeah, so it's going to be a test, especially with Floops now on the Mundo, given a lot more agency in terms of the late game kind of bulkiness that you hope to have as a Mundo. Game one lost a lot of that, honestly. Outside of the Lee Sin, it was just like, well, the rest of the team can kind of do work on their own, and that's why they won. This time, you're hoping to be that front line. You're hoping to be that beef, and that is what TDK are hoping to work with. They are hoping to take game number 2 for their own. XG Wurms, though, hoping to tie things up at a 1-1 stance. So we are going to go to a short break before we dive in to the most purple and blue matchup that we have ever seen here on the Rift. We'll be right back with the ADL semifinals in just a bit. Couldn't ask for a moment like this one as we get drastically different compositions, but the same old teams. XG Wurms once again on the red, TDK on the blue. And we're taking a look at that top lane, which has a much more explosive style with the Gwen and the Mbessa going at it.
And it's funny because normally when we see champions like Jinx hit on the Rift, we're expecting a lot of agency to be, you know, paid up toward the bot side. But honestly, in this kind of a game, after seeing FYS's performance and looking at that top side of the Mundo and the Gwen, it could really go anywhere. I feel like the attention of this game number 2 could be at all points on the map in this early game. The best part is I don't really think either of these teams necessarily fall off. We've still got late game damage coming out from both of these squads. So if you thought game number 1 was action packed, I feel like game 2 is going to be even more crazy. And I am all here for it, honestly. Let's bring the craziness, let's bring the chaos, and let's see who comes out on top. Because that game number 1, I have to think both teams were a little bit disappointed with how it ended.
Of course, and I mean, maybe TDK were a little bit disappointed at how the early mid went after they were able to find 2 kills on Worm Jones in the mid lane, and it went a little bit awry. You know, you had 2 kills on FYS, and then all of a sudden it went downhill. XG Wurms, for their own, just taking a look at the stats without gold on screen, they were in the driver's seat for a portion of that mid game. They had control, but they weren't able to close it out. So many things to kind of take a look at, and it kind of comes down to how much are you going to be able to be proactive on the map. And once again, it lands onto, I feel like, Zohair and Floops. Floops now on a little bit tankier side, but Zohair with that Jax hoping to bring some extra damage to the party.
My biggest concern, at least here for XG Wurms, is honestly in regards to this Mundo, right? I mean, if he gets ahead, you don't have a ton of champions that can really burst him down and lock him up. Mundo is one of the hardest champions to burst down with that ultimate, and one of the hardest champions to lock up due to that passive. So unless you can get an advantage over him early on, he'll be a major thorn in your side once this game rolls around to teamfight. So I am looking at XG Wurms to try and get that priority. We already saw a heavy amount of vision laid down to track where Floops is going, and really just trying to play around that as the XG Wurms, I think, is going to be priority number 1 in these first few minutes.
I think it's the appropriate call. Once again, we saw it before, thanks to Worm Jones, Varus, and the Nami in the bot side before. They went on a warning expedition to really keep track of Floops this time. It was Victor in the mid lane that was actively making it out. Now FYS, though, punishing that push forward and trying to get some extra damage down, but gets caught inside of the stasis field, misses that last Q. So Worm Jones on the Victor, able to bring a lot more damage back, and it's a good little twist, able to bring both HP scores down to about 200.
But he burns a lot of mana to do so, so is going to have to respect probably the push coming through here from FYS. Now the question is Syndra going to stay on the map to try and help the Mundo get this crab? You can see the priority not really in TDK's favor, so it's going to have to come from mid if there is a scrap and you need help as Floops. Doesn't look like there's going to be a scrap at the end of the day, though. You can see the power of clearing from this Dr. Mundo is a little bit intense.
It is, but it might be checked here as Floops was able to get that scuttle. But right now, a duel in a 1v1 actually leaves Zohair in a really dangerous spot. Heal comes out because TDK were actually scrapping on the bot side. So XG Wurms bit off a tiny bit more than they could chew. Floops burning that ghost, forcing Zohair and the rest of Worm Jones out of that jungle.
You can say Floops is actually going forward into enemy territory, going onto that blue buff, and you know, pulling a lot of attention from the XG Wurms. This is going to really put a thorn in the side of Zohair. Oh my god, he got it too. That's brutal.
And not just that, you had to do that quickly.
He can go to double grab too.
Yeah, there was TP coming in from Worm Jones on the Victor as well. So Floops even knew that you were in a really dangerous position. You were like, hey, if I don't complete this now, we ain't gonna get it. And if anything, we're probably gonna lose some lives, though. Worm Jones in the top side, realizing that they tried to dive back in and narrowly avoids with their life, almost forgetting that Night Ravens had Ignite.
You can see Night Ravens is staying on the map, likely to push this, but if he stays anymore, could be at risk of getting threatened there by Zohair, but he smartly backs off. Those tier 2 Raptors taken away by Floops as well, so more gold for the Dr. Mundo, gonna secure that double crab and could look to just reset, get back on the map with a significant gold advantage over this Victor. Zohair is already so far behind in this game, 40 to 24 CS 5 minutes in.
And the crazy thing to me as well, Floops actually opted to not go ahead and recall. Instead, wants to clear the camps as soon as they're coming up, has enough damage for it. So this is a drastically different way to do it, and you still have crazy clear power. Floops is saying, I'm going to keep up with that same pacing. It's going to clear out their top side, most likely recall after this one. But you keep the timers moving in your own fashion. So I actually really appreciate that one because, as you mentioned, you're staying ahead of Zohair. So Zohair has to understand that you're on the back foot right now, maybe even trailing down, saying, hey, if Floops didn't recall, maybe we could go for an early drag and try and sneak that one away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zohair does also have an item advantage, as well as, you know, holding on to that flash, despite everything that happened in the early game. So the Jax does have a little bit more dueling power than the Mundo, which means that TDK probably not really in their best interest to look for a fight until the Mundo can reset and get back on the map with those items, which he is going to do. Night Raven.
Night Raven having that ult ready to go. Actually missed that third charge, so Worm Jones able to dance very well with that public execution. Denies a lot of extra damage in that top lane.
We'll look at mid.
Jump in, FYS, realizing that they don't really like where their Chaos Storm being dropped, and Scout of the Week misses. So good turn by XG Worms to force FYS out.
And they get eyes on Floops as well. You can see that he's going toward the top side. So Zohair, if you're going to look for cross-map play, try to threaten the dragon, but Homura is there to run interference. So really good movement, really good rotations coming out from the TDK jungle and support to just cover all of their bases around that side of the map and prevent Zohair from making a play that they don't know about.
It's really smartly played, but of course for XG Worms, rightly understanding, and this is where that macro comes into play because of the mid-game play. When you saw Homura, it allowed the Varus and the Carmen to actually push the wave under tower, get a plate in hand for the Varus, and try and stack up the gold that way, especially because Crushing Rock once again went for that Cole, has always opted for that kind of farming insurance at the end of the day. So we're seeing where the priorities lie on just about everyone's favor, as Night Ravens and Worm Jones once again trading out HP value, as it is once again going to be Grubs, but this time taken by TDK.
Night Raven about 3/4 of the way off of cooldown with that ultimate, has the ignite as well. So the Gwen, despite being at about 50% HP, not really under much kill threat, as Floops is actually just going to go in the lane and probably help push this, give Night Raven that reset, and keep the tempo up for this Gwen pick.
I like that call. Not only that, Floops was able to hit level 6 off of that wave, whether that was intentional or not. It actually allows them to step in to enemy side jungle, and they're going to try and challenge over on the red buff. Now, this is a crazy turn. Floops has done this once before, but this is a direct challenge.
He has upgraded Smite.
He does, and not only that, Zohair has no smite. You are gonna walk right in, almost run away. You missed on the rocket downtown, forces Zohair out anyway. Floops straight up messes up the smite and still gets the red buff.
He still gets the red buff, and then Crushing Rock also messes up the death rocket, and they aren't able to get the kill onto Zohair. So a little bit of mistiming coming out there from TDK's carries, but you know, the mission is still successful. Red buff acquired. Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, and TDK are still in control of this game.
It's one of those moments where you wipe a little bit of the sweat off your back and you're like, okay, we're good. We're good. Nothing went awry right there. And granted, even if they messed up, it wouldn't have been that bad at the end of the day. Homura, though, might be in a bad spot. Stepped up a little bit, took about 50% HP damage, but Crushing Rock to be able to sidestep around. That Chain of Corruption is now going to try and slide away from this fight. But guess who's on the bot side? It is going to be Zohair. Night Raven's on the top, dueling out. But this is a quick play around the bush, and Crushing Rock realizes that you're in a bad spot. Flash away under tower, but that is a wild growth plus cleanse to keep yourself safe. Piercing arrow going to come through. What a great polymorph. You're going to Crushing Rock and Homura stepping out to play. Not only that, they have
so close
onto the opponent. They're going to turn it around. Zap! Is it going to land as that's first blood to Homura for TDK?
And 9.5 minutes in, Crushing Rock gets the first blood. TDK outplayed a 2v3. He almost gets 2. Oh, back barely not canceled. Wow. TDK, they turn the 2v3. You can see both FYS and Floops are in the area as well, but they aren't needed for the fight. Instead, they're needed for the neutral. That first dragon going to go the way of TDK as well, as they get two massive advantages back to back, Orbital. And better yet, look at the CS difference continuing to grow between these two junglers. 48 to 82, 10 minutes in. Floops, the guy we said that could not be ahead in this game, the biggest counter to XG Wurms' comp, is just taking over this early game.
It's not just that factor either, Floops stepping up, but the other factors that went into game number 2 that caused so many chaotic moments have also shifted. Remember, in game number 1, TDK, it was Night Ravens and Crushing Rock that were drastically low in the CS numbers. We saw about 40 CS total missing between them, which actually led to about a 600 gold lead for XG Wurms. Whether that really made an impact or not, that's left up to be determined. But TDK had so many factors working against them in game number 1, and yet this time they turned it on its head. Not only did they not trade out the objectives, they were able to gather grubs plus first dragon, denying XG Wurms that chance at the feet even. So everything that went wrong in game number 1 for TDK seems to be going right in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the margins for CS are not nearly as wide. The rotations are also just straight up better from TDK this time around. You can see Hamura is roaming toward the top side. He significantly beat out
That wild group was opening them out there, but Wurms like take a look at this two Wurms. They've been denied so much in the they actually chose to invade for war heavy instead enemy side jungle. And yet they only got a single camp, but really the big setup looking for this bot lane. You go ahead and look to try and get a little extra gold. That is going to be the Bears to gather their second play of the game, but it still leaves a lot to be desired because the neutral camps are yet again going into TDK's favor as they lock down the third neutral objective. Feat number 1 acquired.
Yeah, so XG Wurms as well, you know, looking for a play on that bot side. You can see a lot of vision being placed around that bot side jungle, but they weren't able to find a kill onto Crushing Rock, so the Jinx remains healthy. XG Wurms remains starved, and now those 6 grubs acquired for TDK, like you mentioned, Orbital, it's really going to allow some of these more gold, or high economy rather, I should say, champions on the side of TDK to get a lot of those resources that they need to in order to flourish around this late game. I'm looking at the Jinx, I'm looking at the Mundo, I'm looking at the Gwen.
Oh. And I'm looking at these side steps. Crushing Rock being able to dodge away from their second chain of corruptions. Hamura kind of running interference, saw the pink ward go down, and it's gonna be very, very comfortable here on the bot side. Crushing Rock, 34 stacks on that coal to complete. 700 gold difference right now for TDK. So they're going to be trying to step their way in, namely though in the mid lane, FYS going for the Blackfire Torch, which is understandable in that mix for a Syndra. For Worm Jones on the Victor though, opting for safety once again on the Rod of Ages. Is this truly common? I think, oh, well, I was talking about it. Okay, Hamura got locked up, nothing else to really play for.
And TDK's bot lane, they're trying to punish, but they're on the receiving end of a lot of these bad trades.
Oh, Hamura able to shield up though, and it draws in Worm Jones. Whether it was a bait on purpose or not, they secure second behind.
Mundo goes where he pleases, Orbital. As TDK, it was a ruse, it was a bait, it was TDK playing XG Wurms' bot side as another kill goes the way of the blue side. Crushing Rock going to pick that one up. They should be able to shove out this wave, go for a reset, and then set up around this bot side river and start to threaten this dragon. Like you said, they already have enough objectives to get that feat of dragon slaying, but it really is going to put XG Wurms on the backside if they are going 15 minutes into this game without a single neutral in their clutches.
Or a single advantage even. Let's go one step further. Yeah. They haven't gotten kills. They barely gotten plates. They got, what, 2 plates on the bottom side? And yeah, that's 2 more than TDK. But as you said, neutral objectives, not in their favor. No kills on the side. And remember, TDK, even though they opted for a more neutral mid to late instead of pure late game, they're still aiming towards late game. If you're not able to provide any sort of crushing blow to try and hamper TDK, that's bad in my opinion. You're looking down XG Wurms and you're like, what have you done to try and slow this down? Quite literally nothing. Of course, this could be your first turn. As you called, the dragon is going to be up. It is going to be called down, and Zohair and Worm Jones are going to try and step up. Mura once again caught out in the middle. That is going to be the wild growth fuse, and as you called, an early TP in. But again, Floops is going where Floops desired. Of course, they are annihilated though, as Zohair says, stop. You're not allowed to go that far. Worm Jones and Worm Jones though are quite low. Zap goes out. Night Ravens ready to chomp. That is going to be a dive in though. A Scatter the Weak lands on 2, but the damage still goes down. And yet again, XG Worms show their mid-game team fight prowess. That is not just 4, but it's a 5-man win with 0 loss on their end.
And TDK are just completely scattered in that entire fight. They look for an angle, but Flukes get bursted down. XG Worms take advantage of the lone Gwen, who isn't putting down the mist, and they take him down as well. It is a disaster for TDK. It is a beautiful play from the XG Worms. Finally, they get to seize their moment, take control of the gold, get a dragon, and so much has come right here for this squad off of that play.
The sudden influx of gold that they have gotten just as well. That was 5 straight kills, 0 handed over to TDK, meaning that is now a swing of about 1.7. You now have bounties on Worm Jones in the top side, the Mbessa, Zohair 1, 0, and 4 got in the mix everywhere, has significantly caught up to the lead that Floops had for a while. That's negated. I don't care about CS. I care about the fact that Zohair has applied so much pressure in that fight. The Victor in the mid lane, 1-0-2, stacking up very, very nicely. And once again, Worm Jones Avaris here on the mid lane. That might be another twist to have, as we already see kind of that lane rotational shift here, as the Victor is going to try and hold down this bottom lane with pressure applied elsewhere by XG Worms.
And now XG Worms with a lot of gold and a lot of, really key breakpoints in the mid game coming through for their champions. They're able to threaten a lot of these neutrals and defend a lot of their carries. Beautiful TP coming out there from the Ambessa to defend against the dive. They get the turret in mid. They're also going to get the neutral, that Herald likely going to be claimed by XG Worms as well. So everything really going right for this squad over the past couple of minutes after that dragon fight.
And Hamura once again gets locked out. This is now the second time in this game that they've done so, but maybe TDK can turn around. But XG Worms, they got the kill and they're pretty much out. And Worm Jones on this Victor, single life for a very long time, sidesteps the rocket. Final rocket lands and you're able to get that kill. But as you mentioned, it's kills only. As the Herald does go down on the top side, namely XG Worms also got double feats with the first tower going down, meaning they get upgraded boots.
Yeah, so upgraded boots going to come across here for XG Worms of all people. That is absolutely insane, by the way, because it was the feat of dragon slaying that TDK had claimed, but this game just has flipped on its head over the past few minutes. Now, a dive potentially threatened here on the top side, but both teams have done such a good job at dissuading those plays from being made, and it doesn't look like that's going to follow through.
No, I mean, with a great scout, Hamura has been a great deterrent, even though they died twice in this game so far. And I would say relatively dangerous positions, as FYS is just loading up for that skill shot and gets the Q down as well. I say hashtag skill shot. I apologize. That is going to be a solo kill in the mid lane. But Hamura, once again, running interference in a lot of these positions has done great. You mentioned before, roaming out much faster than the Karma, and it's yielded results. A lot of these tower dives have been denied.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that was a really weird play coming out from the Varus, because you know you have no flash, you know you can't outplay this, but you go for it anyway. As Zohair is saying, maybe I can outplay this. I've got the Trinity Force. I have a huge spike here as Jax, but he doesn't have a real weapon, so we can't really imagine what he's going to do. Is he's just not going to go for the play. And man, Orbital, if you had told me that this game would be in the current state that we found it in at this moment, I would not believe you after seeing those first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would not expect, considering Zohair was so shoved in the early game, that they are actively invading into TDK's jungle with abandon. 0 wards for their own. They're standing on top of wards, and they're just taking everything. Floops is going to walk into an empty topside jungle with their top laner in shreds, and it's just a wild twist. Once again, Wurms here in the mid game starting to take control. Floops, of course, trying to chase down a little bit more here, tethered up, and is looking to try and buffer through that. It looks like they're just gonna get the 1v1, which is great, but the Imbessa with the snipe in the backside finds Samura, but no extra follow-up. As we mentioned before, you can't really follow up if you don't have anyone to follow up with you.
Yeah, I mean, Floops has just been an absolute raid boss in this game, and it's only going to get worse. Corruption.
And he's gonna miss once more, but that's a flash forward, and Floops, I don't think you have enough to get through. It is gonna be a crushing blow to once again that jungler, but this time you're running interference to Crushing Rock and Hamura to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, Floops significantly overestimating the amount of healing he gets from the maximum dosage, tries to turn back but goes down, and now because the jungler for TDK is gone for another 20 seconds, that is going to leave ample time for XG Wurms to set up around this bot side, clear out vision, and establish a foothold on this side of the map relative to this dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. Hell, they might even be able to take it because it's, you know, coming up so quickly, and Mundo will still be dead.
Of course, you do have to worry about that PTSD in the back pocket. Crushing Rock is alive, does have the ult, but this time significantly less vision. This one should be easy for the taking. It's a Chemtech Dragon. It's not the most impactful at the end of the day. The Soul is one that gives almost like a sneaky style advantage. It's a lot of resistances at lower percentage HP. It is just granted over to XG Wurms as FYS realizes that they're getting a little bit collapsed on, trying to use that Scout of the Week to keep everyone away, and you are going to stay safe for the time being. But Floops in the jungle is going to try and duke out, as they do have the hard steal, 138 stacks, so is starting to tank up a little bit more, but still XG Wurms applying the pressure, trying to get this tower.
Yeah, I mean, XG Wurms trying to get the bot lane turret, like you said. They don't have a ton of siege, right? I mean, they've got a decent amount of wave clear, but they don't have a lot of these auto attack crazed champions other than the Jax, who is really struggling to get you know, in melee range of that turret due to the Syndra's damage and just the wave clear that that champion has. But it's reset, so they should be able to get it now and at least extend that vision line up a little bit more in tandem with that mid lane turret also being taken earlier.
And it is going to finally break here. Floops realizing that you can't really do too much right now, as XG Wurms are going to be happy about the current turn of events. Instead of maybe losing out, evening up to maybe a 36,000, they currently have a 2.5k lead, which works very well. Hamura going on a warding path and
they found him.
Gets sniped out. I don't know if you're going to get away from this one. Having to burn that flesh plus the wild growth, you are going to live, but it's an expensive warding pattern that they've run so far.
I mean, yeah, Hamura has been at risk of getting picked a lot in this game and is only now getting punished. As speaking of getting picked and punished, FYS.
I mean, this is also actually Wurms. I don't think so. You don't really have the ult available, and the burn is going to be more than enough. So Worm Jones starting to apply that proactive pressure with everyone down below. They might even go for the Otacon.
They might go for the Otacon, but I mean, Zohair, even after taking those honey fruits, is still really low here in this, you know, exchange. The Otacon also going to be dealing a lot of damage. TP comes out from Gwen. It's a 4v5, but your jungler is half HP.
And now TDK are actually going to try and turn it around. There's going to be a dance of smites, both empowered, but once again on the other side, a warning pattern, and you're just down. It's going to come down to a smite fight. Who is going to get the last hit? It's going to go quite low. And it's away by Zohair. Zohair paying dividends to game one, as yet again it's actually worth to win the ace with the triple for the Varus.
And these 50-50s are cursed, Orbital. We saw it first in game number one. Game number two, it's a similar story. It's now XG Wurms. They have the revive ahead of this Baron spawning. And TDK, I mean, it was such a good early game for them. They had all of the gold they could have wanted onto Crushing Rock. Flukes was scaling on up, had such a huge CS lead compared to this Jax, but they threw it all away. First around the Dragon, now around the Otacon. It's 5,000 gold in favor of XG Wurms, and it's another comeback on top of already a game 1 comeback.
3K was their maximum last time before XG Wurms went down, this time with a 5K. They're saying they ain't gonna lose this time around. FYS might lose their life though, as that is gonna be that pseudo GA being utilized, and Zohair is unstoppable right now. 14-5, 2 dragons to 1, 5 towers to 1 as well. XG Wurms about to dust off this game too.
And it's because of those towers that allows XG Wurms to make plays like that, right? They know that vision from TDK is lacking on the top side. They know they have the space in order to flank around this Syndra. So they make plays just like that. They catch off FYS 2 times in a row. They're going to transition it into a Baron, and TDK are right back where they found themselves in a 4v5 around a neutral.
And once again, Crushing Rock is looking a little bit lost as they are just swallowed up. Night Ravens trying to dance on their own, but they have no safety. There is no one else around. FYS just recalled, and it's TDK. Team fight after team fight after team fight lost as the XG Wurms burrow and sprout from the ground, annihilating their 3rd team fight in a row.
And Homura is going to go down. FYS, you can see teleported, maybe trying to run some interference around that Baron, but it is no use. XG Wurms, blink and you miss it, and suddenly this squad is 10,000 gold up over their counterpart TDK. To say they dropped the ball from this insane early game would be an understatement, Orbital.
This is a crazy turnaround, but it's highlighting something that we mentioned before. Game number 1, it felt like TDK got away with it because they scaled up to an appropriate level. Until then, they were in the hole. XG Wurms showing yet again incredible team fight prowess, which was the reason why they were in the lead in game 1 for quite some time. They're able to circumnavigate a lot of these team fights, and it was just one slip up by accident. But this time they have a much larger safety net around them. Even if they lose a team fight here, I seriously doubt they are going to lose off of that team fight. Right now, it is FYS yet again, hunted, scouted, and in no way able to stay safe. It is the easiest pick of the lifetime for XG Wurms.
XG Wurms, now they have, you can see that wave is pushing on in. They've got members all up around the map. Worm Jones, the Ambessa, more particularly, is on the top side. So they're splitting their resources, splitting and dividing their numbers, and just continuing to spread TDK thin. And at this point, when you're 10,000 gold up, you know you can win any duel. TDK are going to have to over-index on any one side in order to stop a push by any member. Ooh, Night Raven maybe has an angle.
Had an angle to push away the Ambessa. That had to feel good though, considering the dangers that have been lurking around in some of these positions. Crushing Rock, same way, only 2 items deep, barely hanging on to the spot lane tower, and it feels like it's going to be that moment as XG Wurms go ahead and call down the entire rest of the team just to break open this inhibitor. They say, screw it, we're going to throw the full weight of our gold lead right into this bot lane. They're going to take the inhibitor tower plus the inhibitor and start rotating towards that mid. Homura yet again a little bit further up than you would like. Great scout of the week to land on 2, and maybe this is a great turnaround as this is going to be the wild growth to keep FYS alive. The tower falls yet again, and the rest of XG Wurms are alive. Chain of Corruption lands. Turnaround coming about as TDK are trying to defend their own base, but defend with what weapons? A stick, a stone, and nothing more as XG Wurms break the base twice over.
Sticks and stones, but so many broken bones here, Orbital. TDK had the early game, but XG Wurms with superior team fighting, they burrow, they spread, and they absolutely dismantle TDK in the mid game. They take it to the late game. They look for those picks on sides. And we are going to go 1-1 here in this series. They want us to go the distance. And are you not entertained?
That has to hurt. Like, game one, TDK say, okay, we had the late game. They knew they had the late game. They could sit there and say it all day long. But this time around, you lost not one, not two, but 3 team fights in a row. That has to drain your spirits. Look at that gold graph yet again. It seems like Red side continuously gets away with these moments. And yet this one was orchestrated by the entirety of XG Wurms. You cannot say this is stolen. This was just outright outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really tragic to see because you can see up until that 15-minute mark, it was all just a blue hill. It felt like we're seeing the allocation of resources be beautifully done by TMG as they gave a ton of gold over to the Jinx. They gave a ton of resources over to the Mundo. They were scaling up with their Gwen and their Syndra. Their solo laners were gradually building up to their item and level breakpoints, and then it all fell apart at that Dragon. They overforced on an objective, and they got punished for it. So it really feels like if you give XG Wurms an inch, they will take a mile. And this game, I think, indicates that heavily going forward. I think TMG are going to have to be very careful around these neutrals.
Not only that, maybe in the lanes, wherever a team fight might sprout, you know XG Wurms are ready to go. 1-1 here in the series as we're not looking at a BO3. Still time to come back. Still plenty of options left for TDK and XG Wurms to both come away with the victory. And honestly, I can't tell you who's going to come out on top. So let's go ahead and go to a short break. Get ready for game number 3 as the ADL will continue in just a bit. Right back into the driver's seat. We are set for game number 3, and to me, this is where things really start to shake out. We have seen the likes of XG Wurms do very well in the mid game, plus active team fights that has netted them a game to resounding victory with over 10k in the lead. But TDK back on the red side, starting to say, hey, maybe we got the OP side as we head straight into draft.
Yep. And you know, now that we're in like the 3rd game here, Orbital, and we know it's going to go the distance, at least 4 games, right? We have kind of developed a bit of a pattern here. Looking at the drafts from game 1 and 2, it really seems like both of these teams converge on priority when it comes to that bot lane, right? Things like the Jinx, things like the Varus. So I am curious to see if either of those picks are going to be banned going forward. And if not, if both of these teams are saying, you know what, we're just going to stick to our guns and our bows and arrows, pick what 80 carries have been working for us so far in the series and not deviate and, you know, pick something different going into this 3rd game.
Well, you know what's changed are these bans. We're right back into game 1 bans here. If we follow suit, XG Wurms should be banning out that Kog'Maw. Now, here's the deal. XG Wurms might be saying we need to let that through. We need to see if we can get away with it because we might want to ban something else out. And that has been a go-to for Crushing Rock. I feel like one of the main reasons that they do because they have to ban away FYS's Aurora. So it's going to be left open. However, TDK also ban away the Varus. So now XG Wurms are quite literally put on a new foot for this bot lane. And I wonder what they're going to pick up here.
They could steal away that Kog'Maw. They could just index into the Jinx. They're both hyper carries, but like you said, it would be a denial if you pick up that Kog'Maw, like you said, from one of Crushing Rock's best champions. He's not able to play that, and I think you net yourself a draft advantage right out of the gate. TDK, though, could just respond with something like a Lulu and steal away some of the good pairings with Kog'Maw, but we're actually just going to go into a completely different direction this time around, Orbital.
Well, we say completely different, at least completely different from game 2, because that game 1 Pantheon was used by Zohair to gain an advantage, albeit a little bit slower in the early game. By mid-game was a powerhouse, I believe 3-0-4 at the peak. Yes, there were some minor issues at the end, but quite honestly, it was more the Baron than anything else. So I think Zohair has been playing exceptionally well here, but TDK take a proper route. This time, they take a disengage, making sure to throw that Pantheon away with the Xin Zhao.
See, this is the kind of dueling champion that I like, not the Lee Sin, one that's got the CC, can create space, has agency in all facets of the game. I think the Xin Zhao is way more well-rounded than the Lee Sin and is also decently good against the Pantheon. You can match a lot of his item breakpoints. You guys usually have the same item breakpoints, and you are also very similar in just what you want to accomplish in a lot of these fights. And now I feel like the job for Xin Zhao becomes a lot clearer when you factor in that Kog'Maw that you're willing to protect and lay down your life for, most likely.
Of course, I mean, you have to. This Kog'Maw has been, I think, a reason why TDK were victors previously. The Death Knights utilize this quite well. Now, actually, Wurms have another idea. Do we want to take the Lulu away? No, they go with the Karma, and I actually like this call. The Karma last time around by Worm Jones was actually very impressive. Very, very impactful. Was able to step up, get a lot of value with that empowered Q. And with those speed ups as well, was a big reason why actually Wurms had such great mobility, I think, in these team fights. What are you going to pair with it, though? That's the question. You could go poke once again, but
could go Jinx
really
again. Like, I feel like Jinx is an answer. Ezreal could also be really good if you want to really utilize and lean into that poke. And you know, longest range AD carry in the game. So there's the poke. Caitlyn going to be the answer, and I like this a lot. I also think that this probably incentivizes TDK's support Homura to maybe go more for engage, right? Try to be that meat shield and block a lot of these shots that the Kog'Maw would otherwise be taking. Things like the Rel could work, right? Anything to create space and allow the Xin Zhao to latch on to some of these longer range supports or longer range backliners nope, absolutely not. Screw that. We're sticking with our guns. We're sticking with enchanters, Nami, and we're going to deal with it.
I respect it. I think Homura is showing that once again, even on the enchanters, has been a big roam factor and a big reason why TDK have that presence in the early game. I want to call out their multiple roams in games 1, 2. They have been very hyper up there, but TDK now looking towards that mid lane, which I think is appropriate. The Veigar banned away from Worm Jones, and FYS losing to Ahri just in turn. The Cho'Gath also switched off, which was switched off in game 1. Let's open, I think, in game 2, but I mean, no reason to pick it up. This is now a focus to FYS and Worm Jones to figure out exactly what they want to play in mid. Is it going to be scaling like we have seen in games 1 and 2? Or are we going to see a little bit more priority towards the early game? Maybe a little bit roam potential in there.
I think the job here for XG Wurms is definitely going to be picking a solid frontliner, because we don't really have that yet. TDK also don't really have a solid frontliner, so I think their job is going to be, you know, getting someone that can stand in the middle of these damage dealers and really create that space. So I'm looking at tanks to be really dominant in the top lane this time around, just simply because you've got so much firepower already on the bot side that, you know, looking up toward that top lane, you don't really need more. You just need tanks that can help you scale, and of course you've got your things like the Ornn, things like the Malphite could work, but it doesn't look like we're going to be going to top lane just yet. So mid lane going to be the answer. Victor, we've seen it before, Orbital. It worked out pretty well. And I do think that it plays into the poke archetype that TDK want to sort of flex along with this Kog'Maw.
I would like it. However, it feels much more like a denial than anything else, just taking that away from Worm Jones on the other side.
Yeah.
I feel like actually Worms have utilized very comfortable back end positioning, and the Victor did so well in disengaging as well. But now we do get the Gragas. This is something that was banned away in games 1 and 2 in kind of weird positions, but always in that second ban phase, I believe. Actually, Worms, I wonder where it's going. Okay.
I could see the Gragas. Gragas is probably going to go top, and honestly, maybe something like an Olaf could do wonders here. I think Olaf could be really good if you want to stick to a little bit more to an aggressive top laner who can kind of just cheat the laning phase and be relevant at all points, especially because I think Olaf is one of just the straight up best top laners in the game, right? And you've got the Ambessa band away, but like we talked about earlier, like we alluded to earlier, they want some of that tankiness. So Ornn is really, like, I feel the default tank top laner that a lot of these players like to go for on that B5, because it creates the space, it's got good team fighting, it's all classes of champions in one. Everyone knows the Ornn copy pasta, and most importantly, it's got those ornaments. So the late game value of this champion extends beyond its innate kit and allowing some of those TDK carries to get those bigger and more gold efficient items later.
And not just that, it rounds out this front to back style that I think TDK have been really hunting for over the last 2 games. They have actively been chasing kind of this strong front to back, mid to late team fight style, and it hasn't worked out. They got closer in game number 2, but it fell apart. They weren't able to actually team fight. Now here's the problem. XG Worms have actually stuck kind of to their guns. They're playing a nice disengage, a little bit more long range this time around. The Caitlyn and the Xerath, they're going to be hitting you off screen. You are not going to enjoy this at all. And with the Pantheon stepping up, with the front line, you have a Gragas to help out. You can easily solo out, say, the Nami, which, quite honestly, we've seen FYS get picked on. We've also seen Homura get picked on their warding runs just as well. So both teams kind of getting compositions that they've enjoyed.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that positioning, particularly on the side of TDK, is going to be key, because not only do you have to worry about a lot of the poke coming out from Karma, from Xerath, from Caitlyn, but also the lockdown is really solid here from XG Wurms. You know, you've got the Pantheon, but you also just have the Gragas combo, right? I mean, if he's able to get the Bomba Classic, as so many people like to put it, then you're going to be spun around. And as, you know, a relatively immobile comp on the side of TDK, you don't want that to happen. So I agree with what you said. Homura going for their sort of vision runs, and TDK hunting for some of those deeper wards and hunting for information. They've got to be more careful this time around in game 3, because the punishment is really there from the side of XG.
Of course, and with Floop on a Xin Zhao, maybe the shift that TDK needs to be able to come out with a game victory. On the other side, Zohair going back to comfort. Once again, these junglers going to be trying to influence this early game. We will have to see how this shakes out and who is going to take a lead in this series. The ADL will be back in just a bit as we load into the Rift for game 3. right, guys. All right, so here's the deal. We have been sitting here waiting for about 30 minutes. I get it. We're into draft. You might notice that XG Wurms are up 2-1. You would have assumed that we didn't show the match. No, there were some issues. There was an E-sub problem. Currently, TDK are playing with an E-sub. Because of this, they not only have lost the previous game, but TDK have also lost 3 bans in this game as well. So XG Wurms going ahead, having blue side. I am a little bit stressed. I'm sure the players are too, but we're headed into game 4.
Yeah, so
we're here.
Stuff happens, but we are going to be playing game number 4, game number 3, and FF on the side of TDK, and they do have that E-sub jungler, like you said, Orbital, so that does mean that ban losses are there for TDK, and just overall a disadvantage as well, right? Like, having an E-sub means that synergy, that cohesion isn't there. This is one thing that we talked about with, XG Wurms having a new jungler, and now TDK, backs against the wall, have found themselves in an even worse situation where now they have to win 2 games, losing 3 bans rather, and having to play with a player that they might not be, used to having on their team.
100%, and that's why we're seeing some of these power picks come through here. Gwen being locked in almost immediately by XG Wurms, which is utilized to somewhat efficient status in game number 2. But here for TDK, they've stolen away quite a few. The Jax and the Varus being utilized here. These were XG Wurms powerhouses in the previous game, so being able to steal that away. But there's the Ezreal that you mentioned that we might have seen possibly in earlier games, but something that we are hoping to see one of the Worm Jones players use. The Karma still being gifted over, and this is a huge one. Being able to navigate, being able to have those speed ups has been XG Wurms gameplay in this entire series.
Yep, and now, we do see the Karma taken away. The Lulu is still up, doesn't have necessarily the best synergy with the Varus, but definitely can provide the peel for him. But they're actually going to go back to the Nami. We saw this drafted in game 3, not played in game 3 because we didn't actually get to see game number 3 play out. But this does mean that Homura is going to be sticking to their guns, going to be sticking to champions that they know how to play. And honestly, when your back is against the wall like this, when you found yourself in an absolutely awful situation, you need to be sticking to comfort for what could be your last game as a team.
It's a difficult spot to be in, but that's what we're seeing here. The Zoe being carefully banned away here. TDK using 1 of 2 to try and snuff out Worm Jones in the mid lanes action. Now, XG Wurms have their own ideal problems here. Hey, how are we going to deal with this? Are we going to target focus the jungle once again, or are we going to target focus FYS? Which FYS, rightly so, has been pinned down in game number 2. On that Syndra looked very, very rough, and they had a great strength on the Aurora in game 1. So right now, with the Syndra banned away, do you opt to throw a 4th ban in there? Do you really want to commit this amount of bans in there? It's a possibility, and it's a reality that could spawn here, but is it going to be the right call? Because the Cho'Gath was still denied. XG Wurms carefully evaluating their choices, and they're gonna go with the Darius instead.
Yeah, so I mean, you could pay a ton of attention over toward mid, but I do think that there are certain top laners that could, or rather top laners and or junglers that could mess with this Gwen or what you want to pick for the future. Darius in particular is really good at dealing with some of those really proactive junglers. Things like the Jarvan come to mind, things like the Sejuani come to mind. Xin Zhao is a champion that absolutely hates going against Darius. So this kind of points to Worm Jones probably trying to get one of those on the board to pair up with a more aggressive mid laner and utilize that mid jungle combo to really take this game forward and allow the Ezreal and Gwen to scale. Now, I do like what TDK are setting up for themselves here. Locking in that Twisted Fate means that you can respond to a lot of these proactive plays from the Worm Jones, or from the Worm Jones' side, the XG Wurms' side rather, and be there for a lot of those fights. And TDK have shown that they are more than capable of fighting, but it seems like XG Wurms, I mean, fighting has been their jam, right? Every time we've gone for a skirmish, every time we've gone for a team fight, XG Wurms have been on top. So you need some kind of champion to be able to circumvent that tempo and get a timing advantage on moves.
It's been such a big part of the gameplay. In game number 2, we saw them pretty much overrun in just excellent macro team fighting aspects. TDK, though, as you called, being able to shake things up with the TF, but it's one of the first times that we've seen FYS actually challenge with that blind pick mid lane. And we are going to see the Sion and the Gragas come out here. So
Gragas
this could be a
mid,
jungle
maybe.
Gragas, Sion top, Gwen anywhere else, and this could be a mix for XG Wurms. But they are going with bulk, is what we're seeing here.
I think it's going to be a Gragas mid, a Sion top, and a Gwungle, if I'm being completely honest here with you, Orbital. Now, TDK have the option to flex this Jax in the jungle, like what we saw in game number 3, and that is game number 2, and that is indeed what is going to happen. Jax in the jungle, the Fiora is going to be the Sion response. This is one of Fiora's best matchups as well, Orbital. A lot of Sion's combos, his Q in particular is extremely telegraphed, and you can set yourself up for a riposte like 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, and really win out on a lot of those combos. So this should be a major point of priority here for TDK. They should be really paying attention to this Fiora, allowing it to side lane and be that scaling monster that can challenge things on the other side, like the Gwen and the Ezreal.
I mean, not only that, we haven't really talked about it, but the Fiora was also banned out in games 1 and 3. Yes, we didn't really see game 3, but this is a Night Raven special. And considering that we've seen Floop kind of stall out, and granted Floop isn't in this one, but we've seen FYS start to get soloed out. We've seen these kind of stars for TDK falter a little bit. So to give TDK a little bit of a rising hope, a hero from the ashes, of possible defeat here, considering all the changes and the problems, I think it's a great chance to go ahead and bring out the Fiora and see what you can pull out. Now, the problem is, will you have enough to chew through the likes of a Sion? Will you have enough time to scale up? That's my question, because XG Wurms, I mean, this comp is built to be just a giant pain in the backside. Do you think XG Wurms can do that?
I mean, I do think XG Wurms can pull a lot of attention into side lanes. We're expecting Gwen to be a power farmer and, you know, require a lot of resources to take down later in the game. The same goes for the Sion and even the Gragas. I would say the biggest commodity and the biggest strength of Worm Jones's comp, or XG Wurms' comp, is how slippery some of these champions are, right? They can really get out of danger quite easily, you know, for most of these champions. And so I think the onus on TDK is getting that Twisted Fate around the map, getting that guaranteed lockdown, present for a lot of these neutral objectives first on movements, so that they can get some of these members down before they can slip away and be more liquidy and airy in some of these more neutral objective fights.
Well, let's see if they can do so right now. Once again, we have a little bit of a swap out. That will not be Floops on the Jax. We will see who will be piloting that one later. Night Ravens with the Fiora. Yeah, and we're going to see XG Wurms, of course, rolling on out. Zohair, this sub as well for XG Wurms, stepping in and batting fairly dang well, I would say, so far in the 2 games that we've seen them, and on the cusp of moving on to the grand finals here in the Defenders League for Aegis Esports. I can only wait and see how this is going to pan out, so let's go ahead and go to a short break. Once again, I know you've been waiting so long, but we want to make sure there are no more issues getting into this game number 4, so we can bring you all the action live and clear. Please don't go anywhere. Time to get into game number 4. Game number 3 we didn't get to watch because it never happened, and now we get to see Scootin hop in for game number 4, running the Jax, hoping to have a fantastic time, and if they can really bring some value in for the squad. We are getting a little bit of a weird moment though, as it's a Grok is top lane and a Scion mid.
I mean, this is actually one of Fiora's harder matchups, so I'm glad that the adaptation came through here from XG Wurms. Maybe it wasn't intended for the Gragas to go into the top lane. Maybe it was intended for it to go into the mid lane. But nonetheless, this is a way better matchup and just overall game state that XG Wurms find themselves in by doing this simple swap. So I think that this significantly negates the impact and laning phase, dominance that Fiora can have over the matchup with Sion, and also makes it a lot harder for Fiora to realistically side lane. I mean, Gragas clears these waves a lot safer, a lot better, has that self-sustain as well, so will be a lot more difficult for Night Raven to punish, not just in the short term, but especially in the long term.
And I think that's going to be the big calling, is seeing if the Gragas is able to stay alive, but notably as well, FYS on this TF maybe was expecting something a little bit different, but I'm sure saw the nameplates and saw him line up. That is an Ignite on top for this Twisted Fate, meaning you're going for kill lane, not for wave clear, which is a little bit interesting to me. This is going to significantly hamper, I think, the ability to get back to lane and maybe pressure with the waves, if you will.
Yeah, I also think that this is a bit of an oversight from FYS, to be honest with you. I mean, you're not really playing Twisted Fate to be a kill lane. So I am wondering, especially with the Sion running that grasp and that D shield having a ton of sustain in the lane, it feels like that Ignite is almost a wasted summoner spell, because I feel like I find it very difficult to believe that you as Twisted Fate, especially in these early levels, are going to realistically put Sion in a place where he might die.
It's just one of those that it'll leave us scratching our head, and granted, maybe you're looking for those side lane, maybe at that level 6 you're just looking for a little extra oomph to get over the hill, but of course until then we'll have to sit and postulate and wonder for the time being. As we do wait and see, though, for the first time we actually saw a weird stat. Scootin and Zohair actually started on the opposite side of the map, leading to an invade currently of Scootin. Cleared out the top side, now chasing for a blue buff, and Zohair might not be aware of this one. We'll be walking directly into a ward and vision, and it is given to Scootin, as Scootin is the one currently in that value spot. And because we do see Night Raven stepping up, we're seeing them be able to hold out right now. Heavy fighting in the mid lane as FYS took a lot of damage on the bot side. We're seeing Crushing Rock and Homura also try and throw down some damage, as there is a little bit of fighting in between, but this top side is not stopping. FYS walking straight into a Scion Q, and that's the first one stolen by the Gragas. Scootin tried to get in as well, as they were able to get that blue buff, but the damage has been done as FYS loses their life. Scootin has to run away, flashes out to safety, and XG Wurms, they lose blue buff but get first blood.
And I mean, Night Raven is plenty healthy, Worm Jones.
Oh, that's going to be a nice little jump in. You get the heal out of Homura. Worm Jones throwing down some damage with the Ezreal. But this is a shift, as that's a huge piercing arrow back as Crushing Rock, giving a little bit of pain that they felt for the last 2 games.
Yeah, for sure. And really good activeness there from TDK. It doesn't net them a kill, but it does at least cut Zohair in half in terms of pathing, as now FYS is going for the kill.
And I wonder if they're actually going to bring about Crushing Rock, wondering how far they can push, but Homura was able to heal up thanks to all the potions, and you're going to be okay for the time being. However, everyone on low HP means everyone kind of backs away. Oh, where is Scoot going?
Yeah, Scoot. Maybe looking for a kill, just maybe trying to find Zohair on 1 HP, but Zohair smartly backs away, and it looks like all of XG Wurms are going to smartly back away, not trifle with this Jax. But is Ezreal actually going to get out in time? Oh no, it was canceled.
And that's actually going to be Crushing Jones, realizing that you got to pop the barrier, but Scootin came up and scooped up that free kill. Very nice pickup there, and denying Worm Jones a free recall.
Really smart actually there from the Ezreal, because he didn't burn Flash, didn't burn Cleansey. I think he understood that he was dead and tried to get the kill without burning any, vital, long-lasting resources in order to do so. So good there, despite the kill going over to Scootin, getting that Jax online. And as we return to a somewhat normal pace of game, it definitely feels like TDK have a resource advantage over their counterparts. I mean, Zohair pathing on this Gwen, it was cut in half by that early invade. We can see the Gragas is significantly down in CS compared to the Fiora. Overall, the volatile lanes of this game are going the way of true-minded gaming, and it seems like XG Wurms are just trying to weather the storm and wait for that late game where they will definitely be a lot stronger.
I mean, if they can kind of power through it, that'll be great. One of their big issues that they've had is their mid game kind of slips up. So for TDK, if they're able to get into that late game position once again in good standing, I think that'll be an improvement, especially with kind of the disadvantages that have been thrown through them throughout this series. Of course, having to have that sub, but also just a little bit of a weird stat for FYS, is FYS not going to get chased down. No pure knockup, but it's really not needed, as that's going to be a gold card and a auto, as that is an easy Scion kill. We saw it a mile away, but the Scion makes it a reality.
I mean, Worm Jones on the Scion coming up big now. FYS with no, ult available. It's going to have to be Scootin catching that wave. He'll be committing time to clearing out in mid, showing himself. So that opens up a door for Zohair to take at least one grub. Let's see if he can actually snag away two. He does get two and will be able to get out. So timing really opening up there for XG Wurms in that mid lane, allowing them to get resources and, like you said, stall out this early game, Orbital.
And I will say, for XG Wurms, this is a huge breath of fresh air. After game number 1, FYS was really able to power up, but right now we're watching the bot side and Hamura getting chopped up by Worm Jones on this Ezreal. Now another tether goes down.
Whoa, wait, hang on.
He good flash away by crushing rock, but there's no HP to play with now. Take a look at this collapsing for the rest of the team. TK able to save their bot lane, but now the other bot lane might be dead. FYS coming out with the gold card real quickly. We should have that one, and they're going to go ahead and tether up that poor Karma, and Karma bites back in weird ways. That is actually Wurms to lose their support.
Yep, no flash on the Karma. They understood the assignment. TDK smartly going for the support, that target selection on point. They pick up that easy kill. Should be able to transition it into a dragon, but the mid lane priority does not favor them. So they do have to be a little bit careful of a potential roam from the Scion. They're actually just straight up not going to go for the neutral. They understand that they don't really have the timing. They don't really have the space. They don't have permission to go for that neutral without getting boxed in by the rest of XG Wurms. So it's a kill, but they don't find anything off of it at the end of the day.
I think at this point they're happy with that. They're just like, screw whatever else. We just need to get these kills under control. We need to get this bot lane, which has also been one of the more wish-washy setups. A huge region, crushing rock, constantly bullied out. It feels like with this Varus against him, this time they have it for themselves, and they're doing okay. They're still down a little bit, but that's a bubble. Good cleanse out as Worm Jones is going to try and run away. No piercing arrow to come through. Amora saying, hey, I can play that same game with you if you're not careful.
Zohair pathing away from bot lane, going up toward that top side. We can see Worm Jones on this Gragas not really in a position to look for a kill onto Night Raven. So the Gwen is just perfectly content farming up. Does have a camp lead currently over the Jax in terms of tempo. So if there is a play to be had in the top lane, will be out scooting to the punch. But it really is that mana pool on the Gragas that I think is telling a story here. He doesn't want to look for a play. He just doesn't have the resources in order to do so, as Night Raven is just being an absolute pain on the Fiora.
You know who else is a pain right now is that Scion in the mid lane, constantly pushing and currently has a 22 CS lead.
Yeah,
he's also going more damage focus as well. Of course, you have a little bit of a build up with that drill, and it's going to do a lot of work later on. But FYS, we mentioned the fact that you're running a little bit roughshod with the summoner spells, hasn't been able to actively use that Destiny, and has been kind of stuck. You roam down on the bot side once, and after that, that's been about it. Double ward down, as we are going to see a challenge right now. This is what you use it for, and it's an easy jump in as a Gragas doesn't have anything to play with. Going to try and get to that blast cone, but the blast cone isn't going to do enough, and that is a kill for Scootin.
You can see in response, Zohair immediately moves to the dragon, understanding 3 members of TDK are on the top side. Good collapse overall. They use the Destiny caster curse a little bit there from you, Orbital, on that play. But still, the resources are going where TDK want them to go. This Jax is starting to get really, really far ahead, and those kills are making the difference in this gold battle between the junglers. So far, they're dead even on camps, and those 2 kills are allowing Scootin to get an item advantage ahead of these grubs. He's actually going to go for Titanic first. Normally, you see things like the Trinity Force first for the Jax, so I am interested to see sort of what this interaction or what this first item means in terms of power for this jungle pick.
I'm also kind of curious about this factor that we're seeing a lane swap, I think voluntarily coming out for XG Wurms. I think that was a rotation coming in. Yeah, for Gragas actually shift towards mid, and now we're seeing a challenge of Zohair inside of that jungle route, mostly because of this jump forward, and it's around those grubs. As right now, that's a great pin, but the scissors come out, and the sip might do work. That's gonna be a cast though, as Hamura gets out for safety, but it's still a finish. However, Hamura took that kill, and it's the supports to pick up a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, supports are the ones that end up getting the goal, but Zohair dying first means the Gwen will get back up slightly sooner, and I would imagine that the shenanigans are going to continue on this topside river here, Orbital. Nothing is going to change. Both sides really want to battle for control over these grubs. Night Raven looking to chunk out the Scion. Scion, though, is incredibly tanky and does a lot of damage. Holy crap!
Extremely so, with a fully charged Q and even trying to flash to get to safety. It doesn't matter, as things are going from bad to worse here on the top side. Wherever the Scion is, XG Wurms seem to have benefits as they take down Night Ravens on their signature Fiora and look for those grubs.
And Night Ravens doesn't have teleport, which means that the item, or rather the numbers advantage, will go the way of XG Wurms. They'll be able to secure those grubs. And ordinarily, you would be anticipating that TDK might look for a cross-map play, but they invested so many resources toward that top side that they aren't able to find anything. Dragon isn't up for another 2.5 minutes. The Destiny wasn't up, so FYS couldn't maybe look for a play onto the Ezreal and bot side. Overall, it is just grubs and a kill for nothing. XG Wurms run away with that advantage.
It's only going to continue as the massive burst damage is coming out. Again, that Titanic that we talked about, it might not bring a lot of safety, but it brings the HP and damage, shutting out Scooten from even looking at an invade.
And now, you know, the question becomes Scooten, the guy that, you know, TDK have put so many resources into getting ahead. How is he going to operate when the Scion is super far ahead, when the Gwen can cut him down to size, and the disengage from XG Wurms is just so insane? It's hard for you to get a solid pick unless you have the gold card.
You do, but again, the Scion. The Scion in B5 position has yielded so many results already here in the early game. This could have been at least 5 or 6 kills for TDK, and yet the Scion has denied at least 2 to 3.
And look at how many resources TDK are committing up toward this middle, or down toward this mid lane rather. It has opened up an opportunity for a Gragas with 5 grubs to take 1, maybe even more plates in that top lane. And it just feels like desperation off the side of TDK. This is what it reeks of, Orbital. They want to make a play with this Jax. They want to get their laners further ahead, make use of that pick potential with gold card before these team fights and before the scaling start to rear its ugly head for the side of XG Wurms. And it's just not happening. It's not connecting. The plays are not being found. And the game is trending more toward XG Wurms' control minute by minute.
Feel like it's already in their control. It's just how much of the wheel do they get, and right now that wheel is being rended away. Not only did the kills go their way, but the towers do as well. Of course, they weren't the first to 3 kills. TDK were the ones to gather that one, but first tower leaves XG Wurms in position to possibly take this dragon and collect up on those feats as well. So not only do they have a fed Scion in a 2-0-1 position, they have the scaling with the Rod of Ages on Worm Jones on the top side. They have 1 item on Zohair already, and now you can look at that dragon behind a cloud.
And everyone else as well. I mean, everybody on the side of XG Wurms is basically getting to that 1 item break point. So they should be, you know, alive and well, thriving ahead of this spawned up dragon, like you said. And TDK, desperation.
The desperation ain't gonna work, as again, the chain CC for about 4 seconds flat. It's gonna be enough to take 1. Now
maybe the turn.
Russian's gonna come out here, and they are gonna turn it around for 1. And guess what? Scooten says, hey, all you got some HP, and a Jax does best in shredding value. But of course, Worm Jones might be able to turn it around, a little extra damage behind. It is gonna be a 2-piece for their value as the Ezreal jump in, and that is a shutdown for the Ezreal, and Hamura will fall as well. XG Wurms annihilate this invade. Of course, the turn number 3 might come around, but again, the body block from this this?
Teleport from Night Raven.
Golden and FYS and Scootin are running the wrong way, but FYS with a thrown 3 cards is gonna work. The fight's gone on long enough that Night Ravens is back on in. That will be the Ezreal to get a final kill, but Night Ravens, it only gets an assist. It is an 8-8 score at the end of the day after an almost minute and a half long battle.
And it is TDK winning out that fight. It was long, it was grueling. Zohair, though, is in the area. The Scion is teleporting, but he's teleporting into 2.
Oh no, everything going from good to bad to, I don't know, to worse. That stun ain't gonna come through, so Worm Jones is able to stave off this 2-second CC, but guess what? The entire time the fight was going on, no one went for the dragon, so we are now getting this buffer zone on, and Night Raven trying to push his bot lane, trying to get some sort of global pressure down, but it's not gonna happen. Yeah, you have to.
Unstoppable Force is coming up, Needlework is coming back up. XG Worms have the ultimates, TDK though don't. They don't have what they need in order to fight, but they're gonna go for it anyway.
They're gonna look for a type of steal, but the 2-shot barrage lanes on multiple, plus the cast, and nice, but Scootin with a triple stun might be able to turn it around, but right now TDK are realizing that the Ezreal is absolutely untouched. Scootin able to find one, Scootin able to find another though, and Redemption is alive as Night Ravens slaughters the backline. This is TDK to run their show, claim the dragon and more. TDK out of nowhere has slung the game into their favor.
And XG Worms are just getting torn asunder, Orbital. TDK with another nail-biting fight. They managed to find their win. They find the dragon. They stop the Scion train cold in its tracks. And the game is super even. It's 17.5 minutes in. Everything is looking like it was from minute number 1. These teams are back to square one. And are you not entertained? You can take away certain members from this game, certain members from this series. You can remove bans, and you can turn this series around, up and down, left and right, but still, it entertains, Orbital.
I think the entertainment's not done yet, as this is Night Ravens to be a giant pain in the backside. And here's the big benefit for TDK. Night Ravens needed some sort of value, needed to break off and really step ahead. They were been shut down for a majority share of this early game, and they needed kills. They needed some value to go ahead and start shredding through the likes of Worm Jones and Worm Jones, the Scion and the Gragas. And right now they have done so. We can go ahead and get the items back on board. I'm kind of curious to see where Night Raven currently stands. Yeah, there it is. Item and a half. Yeah, it's not great, but it's enough to start matching pace. And that's what we want to see, because this is an R5 Fiora. All the hopes have kind of landed on Night Raven's head. It was a little bit off. I wasn't really expecting that to land, but maybe it was just a call to action for this Herald.
And they're gonna go straight onto the Herald. They're opening bot lane though, so the Gragas should be able to, at the very least, threaten this turret. He does have 5 grubs, so maybe he's actually even able to take it, because there isn't really a TP response available for TDK. Night Raven isn't able to respond, and that Destiny was just used, so it's a trade, it's a cross-map play, but TDK are still dictating, I would say, the movement around the map and, you know, getting advantages on their own terms.
I think that has to do with a lot of the fact that Scootin was gifted so many kills, the sub stepping in at the last moment. We talk about Zohair stepping in, well, Scootin doing that, but more. And now is 6-1-5, has the Triforce plus that Titanic in hand. Is now going to get jumped on here, but saying, hey, I can still fight. It's going to turn it on to Zohair, but Scootin realizes that all you have is HP, and HP is not what you need. You needed some extra damage and safety, so they go down. I am caster cursing the ever-living crap out of this game, I swear, as that's going to be a double kill for Zohair.
That is disaster for TDK. Scootin gets shut down when you least want him to, and by the person that you least want the gold to go over to, Orbital. That's 2 kills over to Zohair, over to the scaling Gwen that up until that play was struggling in this game. Now another win con is opened up for XG Worms. And it's going to reset with a ton of more gold. Not only is that going to up the damage you can do, but it will up the survivability as well. So far, the biggest conceit of Zohair on this Gwen is how easy he has been to burst. And now with that gold, that can very easily change.
This game is turning into a ticking time bomb. It feels like this is...
It does. It is. For sure.
This is by far the closest we've had in all instances. 2 towers apiece, 11 kills apiece, It's pretty much 35.7k
Oh
each, and now that breaking point might change. FYS saying, I don't have TP, but I have my ult, and that might be enough. This is a 4-man convergence for nothing more than a single kill. They aren't even turning to look at this Octagon. That was quite literally a message sent to the Gragas.
I mean, but it also does open up Night Raven's ability to push on toward this turret and at the very least trade with Wurms Scion on the other side of the map. I think TDK understood that this tower on the bot side was not long for this world, so they make a play on the other side to try and equalize the tower count. And also, like you said, the Otacon might not be taken now, but taking this turret allows you to extend that vision line ahead of that objective and potentially threaten it if you get another pick like that in the future.
It's starting to ramp up, Quacks. It's starting to ramp up yet again. It has been building. The ticking time bomb is now this roaring inferno that is waiting for that one catalyst to spill over this volcano. I'm thrilled to say that after the elongated break, this is the moment when you talked about the absolute volatility in games 1 and 2, how things just kind of went left, right, up and down everywhere. And game 4 is delivering just as well. We got Dragon in about 10 seconds. This Infernal Dragon, this Infernal Soul to play for of all things, and TDK look primed to take it away.
Yep, and I mean, the crucial thing is that all members of TDK have flash up and available, so there is really no easy pick for the side of XG Wurms. Their comp wants to look for picks on things like the Scion, like the Karma, but there are no easy answers.
And right now, this is going to be that revenge. Great unstoppable, as the unstoppable onslaught is going to be a charge and use out. But that is a great engage tool that's down. And now Scootin and the rest of the squad are going to try and step up. This is going to be FYS recalling on top of a ward. And that might be the call down. TP coming in here from Worm Jones on the Gragas. And this is Night Ravens peeling off for the 1v1. And I really like this call. You're going to try and shred down the tank early, as the Dragon is going to be down to about 3/4 HP. Hamura trying to step up here, looking for a bubble. Wave goes out. Jones is going to get a great pass. Well, who else is going to be fault up here? TDK are able to scatter appropriately. Night Raven in the back line, able to assassinate one, but that is XG Wurms start chomping down on some HP bars, as there was not much else to play for. FYS shredded, and XG Wurms collect the colony. Thrive as the True Shot Barrage delivers. XG Wurms punch a hole through TDK's defense and claim the Dragon in 4 kills.
And Orbital, can you say bomba? That Gragas engage completely scatters TDK to the wind. They get picked off one by one. XG Wurms, they secure the Dragon. Worm Jones might be in trouble here, though.
Uh-oh. I mean, you tried to dance and then walk straight into a mystic shot. It's one more auto. That's all you needed. And XG Wurms all of a sudden swing the pacing right back in theirs. And you mentioned this Gragas having that ability to space everyone out. That's what we called for earlier on, denying this kind of team fight group up that Scootin actually really needed.
I mean, you've got an immobile bot side on the side of TDK, right? They can't escape it when they get completely split off from one another. And XG Wurms, they play that team fight out to perfection. It was looking so risky, especially after that unstoppable onslaught was used. Like you said, like you mentioned, Orbital, a pivotal engage tool burned on the side of XG Wurms. It had to be the Gragas, and he delivered in that fight. Now it's 2 for XG Wurms. We still are not really at a point where Dragons can consider being a win con quite yet, but it's starting to get there, I will say.
I feel like Dragons are the win con indirectly, because it draws a fight out of TDK, and we know what happens. Every time XG Wurms get ready for a fight, they win. I don't think we've seen them actually lose a team fight outside of the Baron in game 1, and I wouldn't even call that a loss. That was just surprise factor. XG Wurms, whenever they are put to the test as a 5v5 of any sort, they have won, not just somewhat, they have won definitively. And that is what TDK need to realize, or else this is going to go sideways. Right now, TDK are just trying to gather a little bit more gold. They're not down that much. They're only down by 1.5, but it might as well be about 3K with how much weight it feels like is on their shoulders.
Yeah, Absolutely, and especially with, you know, the scaling win cons beginning to go toward those 3 items, coast toward those major breakpoints and scaling. The Gwen in particular has that second item, gonna get that needlessly large rod started up as well. So we're likely going to see a death cap for Zohair on 3rd item, and that really is, you mentioned a ticking time bomb coming through here as kind of an allegory for XG Wurms' comp orbital. That time bomb will go nuclear once Rabadon's death cap is complete for the Gwen. So TDK have to try and make a play, have to try and look for those picks. It really feels like we have not made very good use of this twisted bait in the past 5 to 10 minutes. And if you're going to look for picks, you've got to start really relying on that gold card in order to give you those openings.
It kind of feels like the fall of FYS has been imminent over the course of this series. Whether by XG Wurms shutting it down or TDK just kind of playing in an awkward spot. I don't want to call it because it can still work. You still have that freedom. You still have the movement around. But as you called, the gold cards haven't really been hitting. And it feels like a lot of that momentum has actually shifted over to Scootin and Night Ravens. These two have kind of stepped up to the plate. Crushing Rock 1, 4, and 6 really hasn't had such a great time. Actually went on the on-hit build instead of that poke variety. And so we're still waiting for others to kind of step up here. But for TDK, this is that moment that as a first seed, someone that has won consistently, never dropped a series, to drop a series like this would be absolutely heartbreaking here in the semifinals. And
imagine how much of a confidence booster that is to the team that manages to make it happen, right? I mean, XG Wurms, they win against this, they're going to be feeling invincible.
All right, now Scootin does not feel invincible, but with a wave from a Nami and then some, you might be, as you get multiple heals out and safe. But, of course, in comes the Ezreal, as the Ezreal tries to bring it on down, but the anticipated true shot is going to hit. Scootin running on the outside, though. I think another bubble Hamura keeping the team alive. Meanwhile, TDK route the Gragas, and this is how you fight. TDK say, screw team fights, we lose them all the time. Let's just go for picks.
A beautiful pick at that. They managed to find Worm Jones Gragas, and then they also prevent a pick on the other side of the map. Scootin with the fancy footwork and the great escape starting up, but now maybe more opportunities presenting itself. Well, Gold Card lands!
That's just another grab. Crushing Rock saying this is how you play the Varus. And all of a sudden TDK ripping it right back. Yet again, not a team fight. And this time, there is no one to stop them from looking at the Baron, except for maybe a Scion, but the Scion doesn't really have smite.
And yeah, I mean, no Scion, no smite. Screw the Dragon, screw the Otacon. Let's go straight for the Baron. We want to siege these tier 2 turrets and look for these picks like we were just doing. And this is the objective, to make that happen. Beautifully played past couple of minutes from TDK, but it will not be without its drawbacks.
I mean, this is just the consolation prize at the end of the day. XG Wurms starting to break open more of the base. Out goes the wave to kind of speed things up. Right now, it is kill farming for the side of TDK. They continue to punch their own. However, the kill farming ain't gonna come through. Great TP on the side. Gold card coming around. Fadeaway shot for FYS as they claim their 3rd, and guess what? Because of that kill, all of a sudden a tank is not available as XG Wurms lose control of the Dragon. All of a sudden TDK are running the show with the global objectives.
To quote another famous card-wielding fictional character orbital, the name is FYS, remember it, he gets the kill. And unfortunately, Worm Jones is just not long for this world. And it seems like XG Wurms might not be long for this world. They were doing so good not 5 to 7 minutes ago, but suddenly a pick turns into a Baron, another pick turns into a Dragon. The Otacon is still up on the Rift, and it is most likely TDK's next target. And so XG Wurms have to go back to their team fighting. It's what has been working. They have been getting picked off one by one. They have to change up their strategy and group up if they want to try and change the trajectory of this game.
I mean, I swear to God, this game has been so back and forth. The gold chart is gonna be like my heart monitor right now. It's just up and down, up and down. It's just constant fluctuations with how high octane this game has been and then how quiet some moments have been as well. We've seen these moments and lulls where TDK and XG Wurms are like, we have to play the macro, we have to start rotating, we have to get wave control. And then there's others where it's just straight up slaughter, screw macro, screw the waves, just get those kills and run. And Scootin is saying that right now once again. We're seeing a shift, a 1-4 position for TDK. They're going to try and break this down as Night Ravens is going to look on this bot side, takes the tower very, very cleanly. But that's the charge because of the bot side from Night Ravens. You're looking at another in on mid, but XG Wurms can't get close because Hamura with this Nami is yet again the disengage king.
Yeah, Hamura managing to save a bunch of his teammates. You look on the other side, I mean, Night Raven, we didn't mention it when the Baron was taken, but this Fiora has been side laning to little to no avail all game, and I really think the Baron can change that, right? Because now you see he not only took that turret, but he is basically forcing the Gragas to pay attention to him. That secondary engage that we've seen be effective so many times this game is really not allowed to leave the lane, especially when you add in the Hull Breaker. So this Fiora pulling a ton of pressure, and it feels like XG Wurms are getting split up as this game continues.
Exactly by design. TDK, it feels like at the last
double stun,
double do it. Double stun to double bubble means double the death. FYS with a clean kill and a little bit of help as once again XG Wurms are pulled from the ground, tossed into the great sun, and are slowly shriveling up here in game number 4. The end might not be nigh, but the inhibitors' deaths sure are.
Absolutely. Bot lane inhibitor falls. You can see the wave is collapsing in mid. It's a 3v5, so XG Wurms can't really threaten them whatsoever. So they're going to double inhib and then maybe look for a back onto that Grub, or rather that Otacon, but they might just look for an end if they can get the Scion.
Okay, they get the Scion, but the damage could come huge. Another wave to come out here as FYS might go down, and they might have overstayed the welcome. No, they didn't. They don't care. Another bubble to kind of route this Ezreal as it
goes forward.
Arcade shit's in, but there's a gold card, and all of a sudden you made a mistake. XG Wurms lose their ADC for the second time in a minute.
And XG Wurms, oh, it was the Ezreal hero play. It was the moment. It was the Uzi 1v5 outplay there in front of Ezreal's eyes. But he wasn't able to accomplish it. He wasn't able to get the 1v5 outplay. The health bars were so low. But it's not enough. Now TDK, double inhibitor. They lose their top laner, but he will be up in about 10 seconds. That Otacon looking fresh and juicy. TDK likely having their eyes set on that. The Dragon also coming up in less than a minute, and it feels like true-minded gaming Death Knights. The world is their oyster, and XG Wurms, at this point, they're just the bait here, Orbital.
You know, Death Knights don't really die, all right? They just rock back with a little bit better gear. That's all it is. They are showing off that they are resilient to the very end with Scootin' the hop in last minute. It has been a fantastic show from the Sub-Zero. Zohair for their own has also shown a lot of strength through this series, but Scootin', my man, gifted so many kills, 8-3-8 on their debut game 4. And now with the pseudo GAs in hand, this could be the final nail in the coffin. With Dragon up into just about 10 though, and it's not the end all be all. Everyone on XG Wurms is kind of wondering where to go.
I mean, realistically, TDK don't have to fight for this Dragon. This is Soul Point, but at this point, you're so close to ending the game. You literally just need one fight win, and it can all be over, and this might be the opportunity.
It might be, as right now Scootin' able to annihilate the Scion, but remember the Dragon is being taken very, very quickly. It's already smited away, so it's going to be Soul Point for XG Wurms, meaning if this game goes a little bit too long, it will be XG Wurms again. There's so needed pivotal team fight that they're hoping for, but right now, look at this challenge. It is 4 strong on the top side. They're going to jump, they're going to catch. Are they going to kill? XG Wurms are going to lose their karma, as that is going to be karma for going for the Dragon. Another gold card onto the Ezreal. There is no safety, as XG Wurms have been routed. And TDK fight back from the brink. Lose your jungler, lose your bans, lose the early game, win the game. TDK force us to a game 5.
It was back and forth, left and right. What a turbulent game number 4. That's what we like to see after a 30, 35 to 40-ish minute pause. And you said it yourself, Orbital. That gold graph was reminiscent of your heart rate throughout the entire game. And are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor, my friend?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I just plummeted to 0 after that heart-stopping finish. And it was something that I really, really respect out of some teams. It's the energy to keep going no matter what adversities get tossed your way. And TDK, true to their name, rise from what feels like death's door and fight back to the bitter end. And huge props, by the way, to Ezreal. So far in this game, 36,000 damage, was trying to outplay for their life.
Yeah.
But again, it was just difficult to get around. And I mean, on hit Varus did work as well.
For sure. I feel like everyone did work, but I really have to give, credit over to FYS in particular. It really felt like that Jax and Twisted Fate were able to make things happen around the mid game. And we literally said that if TDK want to win this game, they need to look for more picks with that gold card. And right as we said that, Orbital, it happened. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but over and over and over and over again until they won the game. So they played to their win condition. Like you said, they never gave up, but one of these teams is going to be forced to yield after this next game, Orbital. The climactic finale of this best of 5 is right around the corner.
I'm terrified to know who is going to win. So of course, let's go to a quick break. Let's make sure the teams are ready. Let's see how this plays out as we listen to some silver scrapes, or maybe not. A little bit of issues there.
Maybe.
Yeah. Listen. We'll sing it. No, I'm not going to do that. We're going to go to a game 5. ADL will be right back to see who stamps their ticket in to the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Of course we are here and immediately into game as once again TDK bringing themselves back from the brink to a game 5. XG Wurms now in the hot seat just as well, and only one game stands between both teams, or one of the teams making it to the grand finals. And right now we are seeing still 3 bans losses. TDK now on the blue side, XG Wurms now on their coveted red, and we are seeing the Ari, the Aurora, and the Kog'Maw all banned away. The Varus though picked up by TDK, taking that once again as Crushing Rock had an immaculate game this time around in the ADC position.
Yeah, for sure. Vera's been a staple throughout the entire series. TDK feeling good about probably snagging that one up on B1. TDK probably just feeling good in general. It really feels like riding the momentum going into game 5. If you have the energy and the positivity up going into this 5th and final game, it really can, make a difference going into the Silver Scrapes match. And so I do think that TDK, in terms of spirits, are definitely feeling a lot better than they did in game number 4, where they were forced to get an E-sub, forced to lose all of those bans. And now maybe we'll see that mentality, that emotional shift play out in the game, and maybe it'll make a difference going into this 5th and final game.
Well, right now, actually, Wurms also trying to make a shift here, swapping out where their jungle is located. The Pantheon being brought in. We saw it select in game 3, but not fully utilized, obviously. And now from game 1, Zohair hoping to make that impact, finding that Varus early. But moving into this one, we want to see what's paired. Last time it was a Nami, and we get to see a rise once again. The Xin Zhao that we wondered was going to be that pivotal piece is now brought back on the blue side.
Yep, so Xin Zhao going to be paired on up again. We mentioned this in game number 3 where we didn't see the game, but this is a matchup that is relatively even. Xin Zhao really good at creating that space, and so paired up with something like a Nami, something that we've seen, all series long, I could see a lot of space being, available for Crushing Rock to really play for. Crushing Rock, a player that we haven't seen a ton of highlights throughout in this series. We've seen him, be kind of that supporting cast member, and so I'm wondering if TDK are thinking, okay, maybe it's time to give this Varus, the wheel, the keys, put him in the driver's seat and potentially run away with this 5th and final game. And it certainly seems like they're building up to a potential Varus carry, as paired up with the Twisted Fate, you've got a lot of lockdown for someone in the AD carry role. Whoa!
Available.
It's not banned.
Yeah, it was left open, and we were kind of wondering about this in game number 4 when we saw it not banned as well. But TDA don't have a chance because they grabbed the TF early. They said FYS is having a much better time now, and we need to grab that early. And they do, and they leave the Zoe open now. Of course, if you run Flashing Knight this time, the TF would make a little bit more sense. But now we're seeing that top lane focus. And remember, Ravens had an okay time. Not great.
Yeah.
But the Fiora still banned away. A lot of respect handed there, which I appreciate. The Gragas now. Do you still want to ban it? Because, hey, it can be utilized well, but is it going to be perfect? No idea. TDK, though, say that Bomba was way too powerful, and yet we can allow it to go through. Ban
I like the Karma.
Instead, don't give the Ezreal more safety.
I mean, don't give the Ezreal more safety, and don't give XG Wurms more poke, right? Ezreal and Zoe, you're going to be playing Dodging Simulator all day long, and I feel like the Karma is not only going to provide an opportunity for XG Wurms to close in with the kill, with that empowered E from Karma, but also it just provides more skill shots for you to dodge, and especially on champions like Varus and Twisted Fate, who don't really have any defenses in terms of mobility or the ability to dodge out on those skill shots. You need to ban away a lot of that long-range harass. So I like where TDK's head is at, and it's also just the fact that the supports have kind of been the unsung hero throughout this entire series, and so a lot of attention being paired over to them. Karma Nami banned away, those staples taken off the table, so we get a new flavor of support in this 5th game, Orbital.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit more forward and backward, though. I actually really like this, considering XG Wurms have utilized a very team fight oriented piece, and the Pantheon needs some help going forward. I like the Rakan going in. Not only that, the great charm effect and having the multiple knockup with the quickness can do so much work. But you bring out another duelist, and here's the deal. Scoon did so much work before on that Jax, but we're seeing it top lane this time. So Ravens will be piloting yet another duelist in that fashion, and XG Wurms might be realizing that things are going to get messy once again.
Yeah. I mean, things are always bound to get messy, and now we're going to see that, probably going to see the support pick actually here for B5. Lulu is still up and available. I'm surprised that one was left open.
Whoa.
It's going to be an Annie support in game 5, Orbital. That is interesting. The lockdown is insane. Point and click stun on 2 different champions. You've got Jax with the counter strike. There's so much lockdown for Varus. This is all going to be on Crushing Rock, I feel.
Yeah, this is. I haven't seen an Annie support in ages.
Been a little bit, yep.
Yeah, and then the Garen to come out here makes a lot of sense too. Garen has been on the rise. Obviously, I hope this isn't Pengu. Pengu gets a little bit weird when we look on the screen, but the Garen against the Jax makes sense. I think we're looking, when we see the Worm Jones top lane, you can be a pretty big bully. But let's go back to the Annie. You mentioned Crushing Rock needs to be excellent, but Hamura has been so on point as well with a lot of safeties. You don't have safety anymore though. You're pretty much all forward momentum. How is that going to feel for Hamura?
I actually think it's not that bad because Pantheon has to get in really close proximity in order to stun you. So if TDK could just play the spacing out really effectively in the bot lane and just overall play the spacing effectively, they should never get locked down by this Pantheon. Really, my biggest worry would be that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, right? You are an incredibly immobile comp, and getting hit by that will definitely chunk out, maybe not the health bar that gets hit by the Zoe E, but certainly will chunk out somebody who might have to block for that Paddle Star. But I do want to kind of go back to that Garen. I think that not only is this a good pick in order to stall out the Jax and be kind of a lane bully to that pick, but also look at TDK's comp. They've got a ton of health stackers, right? Twisted Fate is one such case. Xin Zhao is going to be stacking health. Jax is going to be stacking health. Garen loves going against champions like that. And so I do think that if he can kind of come out of the early game relatively equal in, priority to this Jax and, be relevant later on in the game, he should be able to really burn down this front line, which if you look across the board, up until that Garen was picked, that was something that XG Wurms desperately needed.
Of course they did, and now this time around XG Wurms are laying their hopes in kind of all-out aggression. My eyes are now also drawn into this mid lane. FYS has had such an up and down series. Game number 1 really good, game number 2 a little bit whack and got punished by XG Wurms specifically. Game number 4 though really stepped up in that mid to late with the CF, and now game number 5 might be challenged. This Zoe will be a huge test, so many things to watch for, so many things to think of as TDK and XG Wurms are going to enter the Rift one last time on the night. The ADL semifinals, game 5. It all comes down to this. Please don't go anywhere. The ADL will be right back.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again.
It is time to play the Silver Scrapes of Love and Lore here in League of Legends, as we do have the Pengu Garen on air. It cannot be denied in the current standard. So of course we bring it out in XG Wurms on the cusp of losing out when they had a 2-1 lead due to a couple technicalities, but still fighting to the absolute heart's desire. And TDK with a bit of fire under their own belt, Homura with that Annie, and there it is, Pengu Garen in all their glory.
And you can see XG Wurms reminiscent of that dancing Pengu. They're all chilling. The game that happened in match number 4 where they lost, it has not deterred them. They are going forward. They are playing this 5th game out. We talked a lot in the draft Orbital about the mood that gets set when you win a game 4. Going into that 5th game, having the most recent win can really lift your spirits, and that was TDK getting the victory. So XG Wurms, the quintessential chill guys of the ADL, showing that they are still chill. So the mentalities are high, the spirits are lifted, and I wouldn't have it any other way to close out this series.
And of course, I hope the action brings it about. Some special unique picks here. Worm Jones in the mid had Zoe banned out, I believe, 4 out of the 5 games. This time finally got the signature pick, and that has to put a lot of pressure down as well. You have the cleanse just as well. So there's a lot of differences here that we're going to be watching and seeing if it makes a difference on the bot side. Crushing Rock also got the Varus stealing that one away from Worm Jones themselves. And of course, the Worm Jones on the support has actively been shut out of using some of those enchanter supports in there as well.
And there's a couple of interesting summoner spell choices that we kind of didn't touch on before the minions ended up crashing into the waves. Most notably, we see Homura rocking Flash and Ghost on that Annie. You were talking a little bit about this pick, Orbital, in the draft, saying that it wasn't going to have any room for being safe. It wasn't going to have any room for covering its own back. Offense is the best defense, and that's what this bot lane is living and dying by in Game 5.
And that'll have to be, the main calling card, because we've seen this bot lane have to rotate for the junglers 9 times out of 10, with both Scootin and Zohair stepping into play for their respective teams, not on the main rosters, and yet stepping up to the challenge in more ways than one. In the mid lane, though, Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land, and it's just FYS to kind of get clipped on the back end. But going back to it, I'll be curious to see how Scootin plays with the Xin Zhao that we saw almost in Game 3, and this time actually coming to play in Game 5.
Scootin was definitely a playmaker in Game 4, and I think putting him on something like a Xin Zhao, who has the ability to, still make those same plays possible, be very proactive in the early game, is definitely what we want to see, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And especially when you're rocking an E-sub, a player that isn't necessarily as comfortable playing with the rest of the 4 members on the side of TDK, you gotta make sure that comfort is the #1 factor in your draft for this jungler. And so I do like you said, Orbital, that they are indexing into that and giving him champions that he knows how to pilot and play.
Well, of course, right now you're giving a lot to the pilot, but TDK are spotted as well. The stealth isn't really going to work, as Scootin actually gave up on the Scuttle this time around, opting for a chance at a bot lane gank, and instead gives over not 1 but 2 of the Scuttles. So Zohair getting a little bit of a lift up, considering how games 2 and 4 went in the jungle route. This is a nice little change of pace for the one that stepped in with this Pantheon, giving a lot of vision for the rest of the team.
But he's only now just recalling as the Pantheon, so he will be behind in tempo just a little bit. So Scootin will be on the camp faster because he got that reset out first. So the Xin Zhao will be first to a lot of plays that TDK might want to make. And now I'm wondering, with that extra timing and now that extra Annie roaming up from the bot lane off that reset, if they're going to look for a play on this Pantheon.
Well, the Pantheon might be on the chopping block, but FYS currently is getting chunked out here, has lost their tail and then some. Scootin now fighting a little bit as Zohair able to dodge out on most of the Talon strikes, and is realizing that this is a skill matchup here. Meanwhile, Night Ravens and Wurms are going to duel it out. Scoon going to try and jump, and a nice stun, and that's going to be a jump over. And that's a flash to damage. Hamura tried to rotate, but unfortunately, you're just a support. Night Raven is looking for the revenge kill if you can, but not in range for the kill. Now you're going to jump over this Rakan, but the Rakan is enough. Silence denies the Wurm Jones, able to take that kill once again. It's 2 so far. Hamura, no flash, no ghost. This is 3 quick kills as XG Wurms take the lead.
And it was the proactive play that TDK thought they had. They tried to put a dent in Zohair for staying out too late. But it's not past his bedtime, he says. He's still got a few more hours of screen time left, and it seems like TDK, their screens are only gray.
Night Ravens trying to get some revenge here as that's a flash forward, and you are able to punish Wurm Jones in actually a pretty precarious position, but the wave does crash instead, so Night Ravens gets revenge, but it's still gonna be a little bit behind. Went for the Cole first buy as well, and so there is some a very faint light, but light nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Wurm Jones Garen does have the teleport, so we'll be able to get back to the lane and catch most of those minions despite getting taken down. But the big difference maker is now that level 6 for Night Raven, and that red buff could make a difference.
It really could, and Night Ravens is trying to show it here.
He's trying to get 6.
Level 5. Night Ravens is able to make it happen. All of a sudden, TDK are on the advantage as Wurm Jones, this Zoe, realizes they weren't in a good spot either. I have no idea why that happened, but the solo laners are able to pick up kills apiece.
And it's now a disaster, particularly for the Garen, starting out 2-0 on this pick. He goes down first, has to burn that TP, tries to look for a duel, thinking that he has the health bar advantage, and that is enough. But the level 6 plus the red buff on the Jax, now Night Raven is basically 2 levels up over this Garen, 2-1 in his own right. He's going to recall with a ton of gold as well. So disaster striking for XG Wurms in these past couple of minutes.
It's just weird momentum shift. Honestly, with how the early game was looking with the first about 4 to 5 minutes, I was like, are we actually getting that shift? Are we going to see a very quiet start? And then they were like, nah. We are going to fight tooth and nail all over again. And they meet our expectations. And now we are seeing that shift of the global objectives. Remember in the earlier games, we talked about XG Wurms having that advantage and having that ability to kind of find these fights. Well, we've had some differences. Right now, it's all of a sudden yet again a collapsed dragon went down, but FYS this time having full control with the Destiny.
And it's all of those kills given over to Night Raven on the Jax. XG Wurms commit 3 members over toward the top side. You can see Zohair wanting to get a piece of those grubs, but oh, hang on, they found them with Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Oh my gosh, they're fully committing as well. That's gonna
they are
guard, but it's a little bit difficult to deny. But you bait enough time because guess what? Night Ravens done. They're gonna go hard on this fight. Remember, they're on the wrong side of the map. XG Wurms might have flown too close to the sun as the sun bears down their weight, and the sun is actually the lantern as FYX takes out the Wurm Jones, and Wurm Jones Zoe has nowhere else to run. Hamura grabs one for their own, and TDK storm back into this early game.
It's a major over-index. It's a major overcommit to try and get Scoot, and they burn so many resources, and they go so deep. They're not respecting the Annie roam either. Hamura takes them completely by surprise, and TDK flip that fight on its head, make it an advantage for themselves, but crucially, nobody gets the grubs. The top lane priority is actually in favor of XG Wurms, so Zohair, if he wants to, after he takes these Krugs, could move over to that neutral objective and take the remaining 2.
You're able to pull that off. That might be a nice fundamental piece, but honestly, I don't know if XG Wurms really wants to test it. Night Ravens has really exploded into this game 5, has been quiet throughout games 1 through 3, and then game 4 it started to get some sort of lead, and it feels like playing Fiora, their signature champion, has really enabled them to have a lot more confidence. They've been willing to duel out, they've been willing to fight it out, and then gifted the sight of FYS, who has been put more into a supportive and assistance role. It's been an amazing shift in the mentals, and I want to continue to see more.
And, you know, it really feels like TDK have adapted their style around Night Raven, right? We're seeing a ton of roams come out from FYS, a bunch of roams coming out from Humura as well. And I really like the adaptation from this Annie, realizing that you don't have to play Protect with this Varus anymore. Part of the reason why XG Wurms drafted that Ezreal and that Rakan was to play a little bit safer, and that means that dives aren't really available for them. So your Varus isn't really under threat on the bot side of the map, and that frees up you to roam on the top side, which is exactly what we're seeing.
We're seeing that also in the gold. A little bit of a shift. Hamura obviously up 300, got a kill for themselves, but we've seen the Expanse out Night Raven, now leading with about 1,300 in the top lane, mid lane about 300-400 difference. But jungle, Scootin, being given that chance to help out the rest of the team, it's allowed Zohair to actually gather a little bit more gold for themselves. Has a kill and 3 assists. And then the bot side, net even. So overall, both teams kind of sitting there going, okay, we're in this position right now. How do we expand upon it, as Hamura and Crushing Rock sitting on top of a ward that is going to be landing on the Chain of Corruption. But here comes Grand Starfall. Who are they going to land on? But the Crushing Guard was perfect to deny any further damage. Scootin blocks just about everything in FYS, coming in for the fun. But at this point, you're just a support. Gold card lands as a piercing arrow rocks the world. It's a tower dive of glory as Scootin will survive. Now, of course, it's Worm Jones on the revenge warpath, but my gosh, TDK with a powerhouse move in a 3-for-1.
I mean, TDK are just setting up for these fights so beautifully. Scootin's Crescent Guard as well to get Zohair off of his backline, create the space for the Varus. This is what we talked about in the draft, the value that Xin Zhao brings to the table in a lot of these exchanges, put on full display in that bot side play. And now so much gold given over to other carries of TDK. It's not just the Jax with a heavy bag of money sitting at his front door anymore. It's all the members of True Minded Gaming who are ahead of their counterpart in gold.
Wax, this is what we expected out of a squad that has been 6-0 in series score. We expected fight. We expected this level of passion, this level of aggression to come out.
Yeah.
And TDK are proving yet again why. Now, granted, XG Wurms showing they're rising to the occasion, second in their division, and have fought just as hard. You mentioned that they are here for a reason. But TDK are showing just a little bit more of an angle, a little bit more willingness to fight, a little bit more willingness to adapt. And it's only going to continue as Dragon is currently alive. We saw those last 2 grubs taken, but XG Wurms realizing that was just a denial. We need to see that benefit of getting that second Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like a lot of it, particularly in this game, Orbital, most surprisingly has come from Scootin. This Xin Zhao has been so pivotal, so key at setting up for a lot of these fights, setting up for a lot of these neutral objectives. They're on the Dragon now, and you can see XG Wurms, they just have really no way into the bot side river. They're not going to be able to fight for the Dragon. Sure, they got those 2 grubs on the top side, so it's not the end of the world, but it really, to me, comes down to preparation, and TDK are showing a lot more willingness to prepare ahead of time than XG Wurms, who seem to just be more, you know, F it, we ball, let's wing it. And that is what has kind of been their downfall in this game, it feels like.
It really has, and I still commend them for their level of fighting. XG Wurms, whenever we see a full team fight, it has been theirs. I will give them that all day long, 9 times out of 10, heck, 10 times out of 10. Team fights have been theirs whenever it is an even stance. But TDK, as you said, have evolved their gameplay. And right now we are seeing that chance. Hamura stepping into that bush, making sure to detach vision and just consistently play with that stun up there, clearing way for Scootin to try a lane gank option. But again, the Ezreal and Rakan are like, we can't really step in. We can't really do this. So they're going to kind of wait and see what happens.
I am wondering how aggressive TDK are actually willing to go for this exchange, because you can see that Wave really is in no position to be pushed out by XG Wurms. I mean, the bot lane is going to stay, but hold on, pan toward the top side.
I mean, that was
going to go. They're going to send it. They're going to send it. They know.
Oh, I like it. We're waiting for the Chain of Corruption. For right now, the wave is a little bit too weak, so I actually appreciate them peeling off right now. Chain of Corruption landed onto Worm Jones. But again, it was a 2-piece punch. They were trying to punch up and punch down at the same time. TDK were trying to go for a top-bottom fight. and they say, okay, we don't have to force it. We already got a flash out of Worm Jones at the top.
And a lot of roaming coming out here from FYS has created a relatively noticeable gap in CS between the Zoe and the Twisted Fate. But honestly, I feel like Twisted Fate is one of those champions that doesn't really care about that, right? Due to his passive and just getting that bonus income, if we pan toward the gold differences between the mid laners, it should be even, if not in the Twisted Fate's favor. So it is really acceptable for a champ like TF to just spend time roaming instead of spend time farming, because he has that extra gold constantly in his pocket.
I mean, that's one of the benefits that that is not always talked about, but the passive income, you know, 1 to 3 gold per CS, it brings just an indirect gold source to your pocket. And not only that, you're still going that safety value. Merc Tread's in hand, but the Rod of Ages already stacking up to 3 stacks. You're going to be tankier. You're going to be far more annoying in this game as well. And TDK at this point are playing around that timer, saying, okay, we got like another minute left on Destiny. Let's go ahead and ramp up for the next gank that we're going to look at, probably topside or so. Dragon is up in about 2.5 minutes, of course, but FYS taking a huge clock to the back of the head as Worm Jones is starting to get a little bit of a feel for how they want to play this mid lane. Hamura, of course, burning that ghost and realizes they might not be in a good spot. That's going to be the Goon Squad coming in here, and that's a slaughter of Hamura.
Yeah, I mean, Hamura, kind of the woes of this player have been over-indexing, over-committing for some vision, not respecting the fog of war, and Karma comes down and smites him for making that mistake this time around. But it's not really going to net XG Wurms the ability to go for those grubs. Instead, it might be a tower dive.
I love this call, by the way. They're committing 4, by the way, and that's because Night Raven comes in. That's gonna be a great jump in, and Night Raven says, I am the Knight, fear me. They're gonna go even
Night Raven
right now. They're 5-1-2. They have the damage, but I don't know if they went a little bit too far. No, they're gonna get one more jump off, but they push a little bit too far. Now the rest of the team is here. Hamura has spawned back, and they're gonna look, flash in with the ult, and then some. Hamura able to bring the damage back, but Night Raven does fall. FYS with the gold card, but no one else was around. So they are able to space it out to a 2 for 2, and now another stun. Worm Jones having to cleanse out. Flash is available to use. But honestly, with the amount of committal, XG Worms come out at a loss, because guess what? Scootin was on the top side, taking the grubs.
I mean, XG Wurms really hard committed for that bot side play, and sure they get 2, but they lose 2 in response. It's an even trade in kills, but like you said, what makes the difference is those grubs being taken by Scootin on the top side. Now he is going to get the Herald, he's going to drop it in mid, and first turret will go the way of TDK.
I love the fact that Scootin utilized that Herald to actually deny the knockup from Worm Jones. Got in there, was invincible, and kind of crawled out, but now you broke open mid. Bot side isn't exactly broken, but you have enough space, and TDK can now prep for this Dragon. Wards are going to be down, TPs are going to be available, and damage is to be beheld.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that vision line is being extended by TDK as well. They're pulling Night Raven from top lane to the bot lane. They're allowed to get this Jax in these fights because that turret has been taken. That really feels like what is making the difference so far here for the True Minded Gaming squad, is that they just have more room to work with. They freed up their top laner. They freed up one of their carries. They're a lot more, you know, resource heavy going into this fight. And XG Wurms, this is a desperation play. If they don't win this, it feels like it's just going to be harder and harder for them to react from here on out.
But remember, this is their home field advantage. As soon as it's drawn to a 5v5, it seems like the floodgates always open up. Another Sleepy Trouble bubble is able to land. Good body block with 2 shots. Able to break through, but Night Raven's gonna jump in. Chain of Corruption lands on multiple, but TDK are taken quite low yet again. But this time, they have Night Raven Crushing Rock, given enough time to bring the hammer down. Worm Jones on the wrong side of the map. It's a flash forward. It's a red card, but it's enough. You slow them down. Electrocute burns. Dragon taken. Death's abound. TDK wash through XG Wurms. Scootin dancing on their lives. Piercing arrow will miss, and that gives Zohair the kill. But it's still a chase down and
he has Grand Starfall. He can escape.
He could try. Is he actually going to get around?
Do it. Be a gamer.
No. He's trying, but he looks for the finish. No, he can't get out. That it will be the finish, as the burn from Hamura brings it to a 4-for-1 finish. TDK bouncing ahead.
And I was initially super worried there for TDK. I mean, the poke from Worm Jones Zoe and Worm Jones Ezreal made it so difficult for the health bars of that backline to continue fighting. But we completely ignored Night Raven Orbital, and he brings the hammer down. He brings the lantern down. That was disrespect to Jax. Don't give this man a real weapon, because he's using a lamppost and he is just bashing the skulls of XG Wurms open here in this game. 6-2-4. And it seems like XG Wurms don't really have a response to this front line. We talked about that Garen being able to take down some of those health stackers, but it's so far behind that it's not really able to do its job.
Absolutely not. And the thing is honestly, SG Wurms had the right idea. They were able to almost pierce out Crushing Rock, who again is going this on-hit build, so you have to get close. Got Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the paddle, or no, True Shot Barrage, and it knocked out the squishy. So I love the fact that you pointed out Night Ravens was untouched in that, and now we have to see XG Wurms actively adjust, something that TDK have done over the course of this series. We need to see XG Wurms start to realize that they need to focus on Night Ravens, and even if they do, maybe it's too little too late. Another Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands though. Great Crescent Guard to deny the ball, and they draw the TP as well. Once again, Death Knights are showing they are the kings of disengage.
I mean, that was such a good Crescent Guard there by TP burned as well, so the response to something like a Twisted Fate pushing out on the side lane is not going to be as effective. I mean, Zoe didn't take teleport, right? So you're super reliant on that TP from the Garen. That's down. All right, Night Raven, let's see it.
Night Ravens is going to go 1v4 mode as FYS drew one away and realizes, okay, maybe I can't 1v4. That was a little bit too much. Disengaged by XG Wurms this time, as they also have a fairly good disengage composition. That Rakan can run a lot of interference, and I think that was more TDK actually testing. They don't lose anything.
No, they don't. And TDK have Night Raven's teleport as well, so they can send this Jax to the side lane, draw pressure away from XG Wurms. And XG Wurms, without really a teleport, aren't able to be as fast to some of these cross-map plays. Really the only sort of recourse that they have, really the only silver lining for them, is that Grand Starfall. So if they can send Zohair to deal with the side lane threats that FYS and Night Raven are posing, then they can weather the storm. But without that teleport, it feels like the timing advantage and the tempo advantage, just the pressure from TDK is always going to force XG Wurms to react to them and going to prevent them from making proactive plays for the next few minutes.
And something that XG Wurms are just going to have to deal with as now we climb in the 22 and a half minute mark. TDK starting to apply a lot more pressure, scooting coming into their own. Night Ravens having 2 to 2.5 items already going. I believe for that Quincy's next is going to be a bully and a half. FYS though roaming around on this top side has an easy gold card and a flash from the loss. Amora brings the pain, and Crushing Rock is the sole beneficiary.
Yeah, Crushing Rock picks that kill on up. TDK are going to immediately move to that Otacon, and Night Raven is saying, bring one, bring them all. He's about to pull 3 members.
Remember the 1-2 punch.
And he's out, by the way.
Before. Yeah, he's out. He doesn't care. One was a feint, the other was a haymaker. As Scootin in squad gather all the plants, the permanent buffs in hand, and are now going to pile their advantage even further.
It's a 3-level lead in the solo lanes here, Orbital. It is not looking good for XG Wurms. 23.5 minutes in, and TDK, you know, we were kind of questioning, you know, is this the #1 seed team? Is this a team that has only dropped 1 game in the entirety of the ADL regular season? Those questions were looming in our head until this game. This game has looked like a team that has only dropped 1 game, a favorite in the ADL. The TDK are running away with this 5th game.
But for right now, we need to see it continue as the TP comes in towards mid, as this Dragon is going to be eyed. That's going to be a TP coming into the mid lane.
Right,
even more so, Night Raven to dance on the back line once again. And it's TDK to take advantage as they rip through Worm Jones. Now Destiny comes out. Huge cards ring true. Flash forward to Ignite. Worm Jones getting over the side. And it's just downhill for XG Wurms, but it's uphill and climbing for TDK as the Death Knights continue their rampage and burn through 3 XG Wurms on pure retreat.
Oh, maybe Hamura in a bit of trouble here. Zohair stayed to try and get a kill. All right, who wins? Annie versus Pantheon.
Apparently Annie. This is brutal right now. That is a second stun rotation so far. Arrow isn't gonna land, but Zohair has to run, and that is gonna be freedom for TDK to grab their 3rd dragon.
Soul point here for TDK. They win out on yet another fight here. They're closing in at around 10,000 gold difference here, Orbital. So it feels like the game is going from bad to worse to potentially just straight up insurmountable. Less than 25 minutes in, Baron has now hit the rift. I have to think that TDK, next time they get a pick, next time they find a kill onto any member of the XG Wurms, they're going to immediately pivot onto that objective. And there really is no recourse here for XG Wurms. They don't have a tower. They don't have side lane threat. They don't have team fight advantage. They really don't have anything going for them realistically at this point in the game. So I think that next thing they have to do is just try and find a pick, because that's realistically all they can do.
Scooten's being an absolute pain in the backside. You have the Crescent Guard. You still don't go down after a 1v3 under the enemy tower. This is going to be a dive, but you're diving Night Raven as Night Raven gets some help from Hamura. This is a straight up attempt at a 1v4 or 2v4, if you will. Night Ravens is going to get Sleepy Trouble bubbled here. Body blocked by Hamura for extra damage, but Night Raven will finally go down to the execution. It is the Garen Pengu to finally find some action, but guess what? In the time that this is occurring, bot side is pushing, and FYS may or may not crash that tower, so it's gold for gold's sake once again.
I mean, there you go. XG Wurms managed to punish an overextension there by Scooten. It wasn't the jungler that they found. It was something better. Night Ravens goes down the shutdown onto the Jax, and then they find Hamura as a bit of a consolation prize, and now they're going to find FYS.
FYS, that was overextension number 2 or 3 as you give up a huge bounty over to Zohair's hands, and in time for a Baron push. This is Scooten watching as Night Ravens isn't available. We'll have TP, but it's a little bit late, so actually Wurms are going to go ahead and once again aim for a chance at a turnaround.
They have to go for Baron. I mean, this is a desperation play, but it's really the only play you can make. You have numbers advantage. You know that Destiny is down for FYS, so even if and when this TF respawns, you will have a 4v5 advantage.
Oh no, Scooten dives in, Crescent Guard is up, you're able to body block a lot, Night Ravens is able to jump in, and remember, the Baron was spitting on everyone, and it looks like XG Wurms weren't playing with the right worm, as they are dropped like a sack of potatoes. It is XG Wurms to be fed to the fishies, as TDK rip 3 and go for the Baron themselves.
It was a desperation play, and it did not pan out, Orbital. The Baron going to be turned on just as soon as it was started, but by the other team, by TDK. True-minded gaming Death Knights are staring at that Nexus, licking their lips. They are so close to getting themselves into the finals, and 1 or 2 more fights will do the trick. And XG Wurms, they have to climb a mountain in order to get back into this game, Orbital.
TDK, game 1, reverse the gold. Game 2, reverse the early game. Game 3, reverse their jungler. And in game 4, reverse the fights. Game 5, they reverse everything and are about to swing their way to a victory as Night Raven, this time fighting once again in an overextension, flashes into the Garen's arms, as this is a reverse of their life in this pit. Scooten ain't gonna be able to help, but again, it's just timing, because while TDK is messing with this chance, they are realizing that they can just push the rest of the waves. Hamura forcing out Worm Jones as the edge is about to burn away. Bot side tower is going to be gone. Yet again, the quickness is going to be helped out, but that doesn't matter as they're stunned and locked. Crushing Rock is unstoppable. Now it's a chance for Zohair to get stunned as the base is in shambles. XG Wurms are going for picks. TDK is going for the game. A crushing blow to Zohair's HP as inhibitor 1 will fall.
And they might actually look for the game. They have a wave pushing in. They have the ability to actually go for the end. Night Ravens is up in 10 seconds.
And that's the life and then some. FYS, another gold card to their name. They stuff the Ezreal into a box. They say live there for now in the gray screen. It is a triple for Crushing Rock. It's an ace for TDK as the Death Knights will roam their way to the grand finals.
TDK through E-subs, through lost bans, through having to surrender one of their games in game number 3. And all I feel like TMG Death Knights need to say at the end of that series, Orbital, is better sub jungler wins. Wow, what a story of a series. That was absolutely insane.
Wow.
But this 5th game, the opposite of climactic, in my opinion, Orbital. It really felt like true-minded gaming Death Knights. They were offered some free McDonald's at the end of this if they won this one. They locked in, and it showed in this game. Night Ravens was an animal on this Jax.
It was out of this world, and the fact that the Jax was flexed between both Scootin and Night Ravens, I think made the big difference in there. It was such a nice idea to go ahead and pick up the Jax once again. It works so well in game number 4, and TDK meshing well with Scootin only shows exemplified and amplified abilities that prove why they're at the top. And my only question to you, Quacks, is who would you label as MVP? Because quite literally everyone at TDK came through with breakout moments of their own.
I honestly feel like I like Scoon only participated in 2 of the games, but God, I like the fact that you are able to come in, your team is expecting you to help get them to finals, and you end up delivering. That's absolutely insane. So Scootin, I might honestly feel like I'm inclined to give him the MVP, but if I had to give it to someone who participated in all 5 games, I would be more inclined to give it to Homura, if I'm being completely honest with you. Support was a huge, in my opinion, gap here. I felt like Homura really showed up on the day, played similar champions in basically every single game, except for that Annie, and showed up on all of them. That cultivated Annie pick was a complete haymaker and ended up doing just the trick to get them that win.
I will give them that one as well. The silent supporter and now the star of our series, Hamara. We salute your strength, and the rest of the Death Knights will be going ahead, taking a little bit of a break, and then meeting in the grand finals with the other side of our bracket. Of course, that is it for us here tonight in the ADL. Congratulations to XG Wurms for a hard-fought battle as well, because you guys made it freaking exciting. And Zohair, of course, stepping up in their own, but unfortunately, they fall here. Tune in next week on Monday for the grand finals of the ADL. The Defenders League will conclude at that time, but of course, throughout the rest of this week will be more Aegis action as well. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all the days of the week. Please check into the socials to figure out which matches are going to be playing there. Shout out once again to Zen Market for being such an amazing sponsor. If you haven't heard, go ahead and check out the panel below the stream or click the link in the chat as well to try them out, as you get a nice little sign up bonus with the promo code Aegis, AEGIS, for 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. That is it from us. My name is Orbital. With me has been Quacks as well as Caddy on the production. We thank you so much for tuning in and have a great night.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。